A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
And now to continue the life of Mary Sothern, which at the moment finds itself involved in a strange mixture of human emotion. Mary knows that without Danny's testimony, that he too knew that Max was working against the gambling syndicate and not with it, there will be little chance to gain a trial postponement from the district attorney, and that Max's conviction will be inevitable. Yesterday, she learned from Max's secretary at the Sanders Interest that Merlin Davis, one of the directors of the Interest, and Gerald Proust, enemy of Mary and Max's, had a private meeting with young Danny. And it was obvious to Mary that both Davis and Proust planned to influence Danny and assure Max's conviction. On the other hand, Dr. John Benson frankly confessed to Mary how important it was that Max be freed, because otherwise John felt his unrequited love for the young woman might eventually lead them both to destruction. It was a stark statement for John to make, but knowing how long and silently he has loved Mary, we believe we can understand. Honorable as he is, he still thinks that Mary married the wrong man. Now, only a short while later, Mary is in Dr. John Benson's office, telling him of Danny's visit to Davis and Proust.
Well, Mary, there's no doubt about it. Davis and Proust are planning to get at Danny and be sure that he stays on the DA's side. Proust wants to be sure that Max goes to prison.
John, Danny wouldn't possibly sell his testimony. Why, it would kill Daddy Stratford.
I know it would.
Well, I don't suppose there's much we can do about it.
If we accuse him of it, he'll shut up like a clam and become more bitter than ever.
I wouldn't dare tell Max how important Danny's testimony is. He's convinced that he hasn't a chance to get a postponement.
I don't want to be a calamity howler, Mary, but I'm getting afraid myself.
Well, here's a patient, John. I better get back to my babies. Daddy's probably worn to a frazzle with them.
He loves it. You wait here. I won't be long. Well, hello, Danny. Come in.
Oh, hello, Doc. I want to see you for a few minutes.
Well, just a minute, Danny. I've someone in my office.
Well, I can talk to you right here. It won't take long.
Well, Danny, what's on your mind?
Doc, I've been doing a lot of thinking about curing Phyllis.
We all have, Danny.
Doc, is there a place somewhere in Europe where they specialize in cases like Phyllis?
Well, yes, I think there is. In Switzerland, I believe. Why? What about it?
I'm thinking of sending Phyllis to that place. Can she stand the trip right now?
Danny, are you crazy? You any idea what a trip and a treatment like that would cost?
Plenty, I guess.
A fortune.
Well, I'm going to get some reward money for turning the gambling syndicate over to the governor.
That wouldn't be half enough for Phyllis's case.
Well, maybe I can get the rest of the money. I don't know. No? Thanks, Doc. So long.
Danny.
Huh? What do you want?
Come back here.
What do you want, Doc?
Where do you plan to get enough money to send Phyllis to Switzerland, to an expensive sanitarium? Tell me.
Now, look, Doc. You say you can't cure Phyllis. Okay, I'm not blaming you. But I also can't sit around and let Phyllis waste away like she's doing. If you can't cure her, I've got to find some other way. Maybe this Switzerland place is it. I don't know. But I'm going to find out. And how I'm going to get the money isn't any of your business. Well, so long, Doc.
So they did it. It was Danny, Mary.
Danny?
Yep. And you were right. They've gotten to him.
I was afraid of that.
Someone's thought of offering Danny a chance to take Phyllis to Switzerland and cure her.
No. Why, John, I thought she couldn't be cured.
I never mentioned it, Mary, because I thought the cost was out of the question. It would cost a fortune. Even they may not be able to cure her, but if she can be cured, they can do it.
And Danny's going to sell his testimony to have a chance of curing Phyllis. Oh, John, this is terrible. We can't blame Danny, and yet he can't perjure himself for his own personal feelings.
He shouldn't, but I'll lay 100 to 1 that he does. And just as you say, who among us can blame him?
Well, Doc Benson said I was coming along fine. I don't see why I have to go to Switzerland.
Now listen, Poopsie. There's something you've got to know.
Something I've got to know.
Mm-hmm.
What is it, then?
No, now don't get excited. But, well, Doc Benson doesn't think you'll ever walk again.
Oh. Well, that's why my legs feel so funny, I guess.
Well, look, don't worry, Philly, because I got it all fixed. You're going to Switzerland. I found out about this place, and even Doc Benson had to admit that you had a chance there.
Never walk again. Oh, Danny. Danny.
Oh, now quit crying, will you? I wouldn't have told you if I weren't sure I could swing this trip, but I can. I know it. So quit crying, huh?
Danny, the money, it's honest, isn't it?
Huh? Oh, sure it's honest. But besides, I'm getting a lot of reward money for turning in the gambling syndicate.
It's sort of, well, funny that we have to use money that sends my brother to jail to cure me. Danny, I don't like that.
Now listen, Philly. You and I are married. We've got 2 children. We've got to think of ourselves, not of Max or Mary or anyone else. We owe our lives to those 2 children and to each other.
Yes. Yes, I guess so. I guess so. Oh, well.
Look it, honey. Don't say a word of this to anybody, you hear? Just keep it to yourself until I get all the arrangements made. Huh?
May I come in?
Oh, Mary. Mary, sure, come on in.
Hello, Phyllis. Hello, Danny.
Oh, Mary.
My, you look happy, Phyllis.
Well, I just heard some good news.
Phyllis.
Oh? Well, what was it?
Phyllis, I told you to keep quiet.
Oh, Mary, to know she's one of the family. Mary, Danny's got a fix for me to go to Switzerland and get cured. He just told me that John doesn't think I'll ever walk again. But Danny's got a fix for me to go someplace in Switzerland that can cure me. So I can walk again. Isn't that wonderful? I mean, it was a terrible shock when he told me that I could never walk again. Just like my little whoopsie puppy. He's got it fixed up so I can. Isn't that wonderful? What's the matter, Mary? You don't look like you're so pleased about it.
I am happy, Phyllis. I'm just a little... Danny, would you mind helping me to the car? I'm a little faint.
Mary, what's wrong?
Please, Danny.
Okay.
I'll send him right back, Phyllis.
Take care of yourself, Mary.
I will, Phyllis. Danny, there's nothing wrong with me. I only wanted to get you outside without Phyllis suspecting anything. Danny, I know what happened. Davis and Proust have offered you this money for Phyllis if you lie about Max.
I'm not saying anything, Mary.
They don't want you to testify that you know that Max was working against the syndicate, and they've offered you a lot of money. They were clever, Danny, because they offered a possible cure for Phyllis. That's why it's so horrible.
I'm thinking of Phyllis. All you think of is Max.
That's not true, Danny. And I promise that if you do accept their offer, John Benson or I or anyone will breathe a word of it. We'll try to fight for Max without you. After all, Phyllis is everything to you, but... Danny, listen to me. Not for my sake or Max's, but for yours and for Phyllis. There's no such thing as happiness bought with the money of a betrayer. That's the truth, Danny. A man by the name of Judas found that out. almost 2,000 years ago.
What a delicate situation you're in now, Mary. But somehow we think you've done wisely and well. You've warned Danny of the unhappiness ahead, bought with betrayer's money. The decision now rests with him, his own happiness, and yours, Phyllis's, and Max's as well.
Now, new Creamy Prom, the first and only permanent with homogenized waving cream. And White Rain, the rainwater soft lotion shampoo that leaves your hair sunshine bright, present Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks transcribed. But first, ordinary home permanents use thin, drippy waving solutions like this. They often leave your hair dry and frizzy, hard to manage, but not anymore, because now you have new Creamy Prom.
It's creamy, creamy, creamy.
New Creamy Prom, the first permanent with homogenized waving cream. Yes, a thick waving cream, rich with costly conditioning ingredients. That's why new Creamy Prom actually waves new softness and manageability right into your hair. Leaves your hair softer, more manageable, in better condition than any other permanent you ever had.
New Creamy Prom leaves your hair soft as a whisper. Soft as a whisper.
I guarantee your hair never combed so soft, behaved so beautifully after a brand new permanent, because only new Creamy Prom has homogenized waving cream to wave new softness and manageability right into your hair. And Prom's homogenized waving cream makes it so easy. There's no dripping, no rinsing, no timing, no messy neutralizer. Just smooth it on, roll it up, you've got yourself a Prom. Get new Creamy Prom in the brand new package. And even if you're between permanents, don't wait to try Prom's homogenized waving cream. Get the new Creamy Prom End Curl Kit right now.
Creamy, Creamy Prom.
Well, many of the nation's schools commence a new semester on Monday, and Madison High School, where our Miss Brooks teaches English, is one of them. Although the others usually dispense with classes on the last day or two of the old term, Madison did not.
No, indeed. Our beloved principal, Osgood Conklin, saw to that. In fact, he was quite chagrined when a cloudburst last Friday kept almost all of the student body at home. Even members of the faculty didn't get down, except a handful of teachers, me. Since Mr. Conklin didn't show up until quite late, I took it upon myself to dismiss the few soaked pupils who were floating around the halls. Saturday morning at breakfast, I discussed the situation with my landlady.
And what did Mr. Conklin say when you told him you'd canceled school for the day, Connie?
He didn't say a word, Mrs. Davis, until he came down off the ceiling. Then he accused me of usurping his function as principal and throwing a monkey wrench into his plan for getting the jump on the other schools.
What sort of a plan did he have, dear?
Well, he felt that the schedule should be revised and the classes assigned before the first day of the new semester. Hence, we have all been invited to appear at school today.
But this is Saturday. Mr. Conklin hasn't the authority to make anybody come to school.
He doesn't make anybody come. He's put it on a voluntary basis. For both the student body and the faculty, it's strictly optional.
Really?
Of course. Come or die. Oh, that's probably Walter Denton. He's giving me a lift down to school. Come in, Walter.
It certainly is nice of Walter to call for you this morning.
Yes, it is, considering that I made it quite clear to him that his driving me was strictly optional.
Really?
Of course. Be here or flunk.
Hi, Mrs. Davis.
Oh, hi, Walter.
And to you, most revered and admired of all local educators, I bow deeply from the waist.
Thank you, and get your head out of the milk pitcher.
I'll go fix a nice plate of bacon and eggs for you, Walter.
Well, this is great. Oh, what better way to start off the day than a resounding second breakfast with my favorite school teacher?
For a kid who's going to school on Saturday, you're pretty chipper, Walter.
Oh, that's where you're wrong, Miss Brooks. I'm not going to school today. None of the students are. We held a mass meeting last night and decided that the only course to pursue was open rebellion.
What?
The issues are clear, Miss Brooks. And even though we all recognize this for the tyranny it is a short-lived tyranny. Our spokesman, elected unanimously at last night's meeting, will see to that.
Spokesman? Whom did you elect?
Let me be the first to congratulate you. Well, now, what more logical choice to slay the tyrant?
Now, wait a second, Walter. I'm in enough hot water now for canceling school yesterday.
Well, that was different. It was an emergency. Plus which, nobody was there anyway. But don't worry about it now. We can plan our campaign on the way down to school.
I thought you said you weren't going.
Well, of course I'm going. I'm in charge of the picket line. As one of the organizers of this rebellion, it's up to me to see that the protest meeting this morning goes off without a flaw. Well, here we are, Miss Brooks.
For a group who decided not to come to school today, there's quite a crowd on the campus.
Yeah, I wonder where Stretch Snodgrass is. We're going to hang a dummy of Mr. Conklin in effigy, and he's supposed to carry the dummy to the flagpole.
Well, as Madison's star athlete, he deserves the honor. But let me offer a word of caution, Walter.
What's that, Miss Brooks?
Well, I don't want to cast any aspersions on Stretch's mentality, but if he's carrying the dummy, be very careful who you string up.
Oh, here he is. Hiya, Stretch.
Hi, Walter. Hello, Miss Brooks.
Hello, Stretch.
I made up a slogan for one of the picket signs, Walter, but I'm afraid it might be a teeny-weeny bit disrespectful. You want to hear it?
Sure. Yeah, how does it go?
Well, it goes, Mr. Conklin is very unfair, not to set us free. He's got crazy mixed-up bats in his own belfry.
Oh, I don't think a slogan like that's too disrespectful to you, Miss Brooks.
Not if you want to finish your education in another part of the state.
Oh, the real fun will come later, Miss Brooks. We're going to hang Mr. Conklin in a figgy.
In a what?
In a figgy.
Well, he fit in the figgy.
No, he means in effigy, Miss Brooks.
Oh. I kind of liked it the other way.
Yeah, I better get the thing now. See you later, Miss Brooks. Bye, Walter.
That's so long, pal. Well, everything's rolling right along. Let's see if Mr. Conklin got here yet.
Hello, Miss Brooks. Walter. Well, I just talked to Daddy, and he's livid. He blames you for this entire insurrection, Miss Brooks.
Me?
Daddy says if you hadn't canceled school yesterday, this wouldn't have happened. You're in an awful spot.
Oh, gosh. I didn't mean to get you into such a jam, Miss Brooks.
Well, I'm in it, and it's up to me to get out of it. Please don't think I'm a Benedict Arnold, but I'd better get up on the school steps and have a little talk with some of these strikers.
Well, it probably won't do any good, but I can't blame you for trying.
Students, boys and girls, I'd like to talk to you for just a minute. Quiet, please. Thank you. Now, I'm sure you all have as much pride in your school as any members of the faculty have, or as its principal, Mr. Conklin, has. Please. I'm just trying to tell you that by working for a few hours today, we can be prepared to launch our new semester on Monday with a minimum of confusion, thus assuring us of a better start toward that degree of scholastic excellence which has always prevailed at Madison High. Remember, students, education is your sacred heritage, your guaranteed right under the Constitution, as well as the Bill of Rights, which ensures us all of the benefits and privileges which every American has come to feel is his birthright.
And so, Miss Brooks, I hold you personally responsible for the fact that these malcontents are not in their classrooms yet.
But, Mr. Conklin, I tried to get...
Excuse me. This is Osgood Conklin's office. Mr. Conklin himself speaking.
Hello, Conklin. This is Mr. Stone at the Board of Education.
Oh, hello, Mr. Stone. How's every
I've not time for chit-chat. A rather disturbing rumor has reached me to the effect that you've summoned your student body to school today.
My student body?
You realize, of course, that such an action on your part without sanction from the board would constitute a breach of authority that could lead to your immediate dismissal.
Oh, yes, of course. Now, I can't for the life of me imagine where these ridiculous rumors begin. Why, I'm here all alone, not another soul in the office. Bless you.
Shut up.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir, my cat has a cold. But about that rumor, the only reason I'm in the office is to get out some letters.
Ah, good. I thought you'd have better sense than to do anything that autocratic. Oh, by the way, Osgood, I'll be in your neighborhood in a little while. Perhaps I'll drop in to discuss some board matters with you.
Fine, Mr. Stone. That'll be just grand. I look forward to seeing you.
Very well. Goodbye, Osgood.
Goodbye, Mr. Stone. Well, Miss Brooks, sometimes everything happens for the best. Because of you, no child has set foot in this building as yet. Is that right?
Well, I guess not, Mr. Conklin, but if you wait
I'll
a little
be
while...
frank with you, Miss Brooks. If they had come in, it could have meant my dismissal. I don't understand Mr. Stone's attitude, but, well, go out to your youthful charges and inform them that there is no school today.
Oh, that's fine, Mr. Conklin.
You did it, Miss Brooks. I didn't think you could do it, but you did it.
What are you talking about, Denton?
Oh, she was wonderful, Mr. Conklin. Miss Brooks made a speech a few minutes ago that'll go down in Madison's history. Yes, sir. Every student is in his or her classroom right now, and believe me, wild horses couldn't drag them out of this school today.
Well, Miss Brooks, you heard the boy. Thanks to your speech, wild horses couldn't drag them out of school today. And now, young woman, may I ask what you propose to do?
Step aside, Mr. Conklin.
White rain, white rain.
The familiar White Rain song that sings of rainwater soft shampooing and hair that is sunshine bright. You know, there's a reason why White Rain is so special. Because White Rain is a gentle, rich lotion shampoo. So gentle, it's like washing your hair in softest rainwater. White Rain gives you rainwater soft suds, rich and refreshing. White Rain gives you quick, clean, rainwater clean rinsing. And White Rain always leaves your hair soft as a cloud, easy to manage, sparkling with natural highlights. Find out for yourself. Try White Rain today. Remember, for hair bright as sunshine, look for the blue carton with a white umbrella on it. Get White Rain Lotion Shampoo.
White rain, white rain. Use new White Rain shampoo tonight, and tomorrow your hair will be sunshine bright. White rain, white rain.
Well, I told Walter Denton to corral the students and herd them into the cafeteria. While I was waiting for them to assemble, I corralled Mr. Boynton and herded him into a corner table. Over a cup of coffee, I told him of Mr. Conklin's dilemma. As usual, Mr. Boynton was extremely sympathetic. So you see, if these kids don't go home at once, Mr. Conklin can get in big trouble with the board.
Well, that's his worry. He should have known better than to ask students to come to school on Saturday, let alone the faculty.
I wish he would let alone the faculty. But we're in it now, at least I am, up to our necks, at least my neck. Fine English teacher.
No, I don't like to see you distressed about it.
Well, I got most of the kids in, Miss Brooks. Oh, hi, Mr. Boynton.
Well, hello, Walter.
I'll hold this chair for you, Miss Brooks. Go ahead. Get up on it and make your speech.
Thanks, Walter. Students, attention, please. I've called you here for some very good news. You don't have to stay in school today.
But, Miss Brooks, after your speech this morning, we want to stay.
Oh, don't you believe it. This, after all, is Saturday, a holiday. One to which you are not only entitled by law, but which is guaranteed to you by the Constitution, by the Bill of Rights, and every other document so carefully prepared to safeguard the interests of you, the future leaders of a great nation.
Hello?
Oh, hello, Osgood. This is Mr. Stone. I'm afraid I won't be able to drop in on you today after all. My wife's been driving my car all week, and it's pretty well shot.
Yes, I've seen her. Your car. Yes, I'm sorry you can't drop in, though, Mr. Stone. But when you do pay us a visit, you will find as smooth a running educational operation as there is in this country.
I'm sure of it, Osgood. Well, goodbye for now.
Goodbye, sir, and thank you for calling. Come in.
It's me, Mr. Conklin. I told the students that they can go home any time they want to.
What? Have they left yet?
Well, no, sir. Most of them are still in the cafeteria, but...
They're going to pay for this morning's protest meeting. Mr. Stone isn't coming down after all. So you can just tell those recalcitrant mischief makers that they're staying here until 4 p.m.
But, Mr. Conklin, I can't make another speech.
It's an order, Miss Brooks. Dismiss!
And so by working for a few hours today, we can be assured of a better start toward that degree of scholastic excellence which has always prevailed at Madison High. Remember, students, education is your sacred heritage, your guaranteed right under the Constitution, as well as the Bill of Rights, which ensures us all the benefits and privileges which every American has come to feel is his birthright.
Oh, gosh, Stretch, I don't like to cross Miss Brooks up, but we just gotta get out of school today.
Yeah, but we're all on detention, Walter. We gotta stay till 4 p.m. What makes me mad, we didn't even get to burn Mr. Conklin in a figgy.
Yeah, I know it, Stretch. Oh, hey, wait a minute. You just gave me an idea. Suppose we had a fire drill. Then when we all ran out of school, we could just forget to stop running until we got home.
Yeah, but the control for the fire alarm bell is in Mr. Conklin's office. And he ain't gonna ring it for no reason.
Then let's give him a reason.
You mean start a fire?
No, not a real fire, Stretch, a fake one. We can get some dry ice in the cafeteria kitchen and drop it in a bucket of water. Ooh, that makes the most beautiful smoke you ever saw. And then we just fan it under old Marblehead's door until it fills his office.
And then he comes out of his door and hits us with the bucket.
No, he doesn't. We remove the screws from his doorknob from the outside. Then when he tries to open the door, the knob comes away in his hand, and Conklin falls right on his conch.
Boy, you should get a scholarship.
Miss Brooks will return in a moment. You can send a minute of truth behind the Iron Curtain with the truth dollars you give to Crusade for Freedom. 70 million inhabitants of the Iron Curtain countries, Poland, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, Romania, Bulgaria, are being attacked with a daily assault of communist propaganda. We can arm these captive peoples with the most vital and effective instrument of opposition, truth. For only truth can combat the daily falsehoods that undermine the instinct for liberty and sow the seeds of fear. The daily broadcasts of Radio Free Europe are beamed more than 20 hours a day through the Iron Curtain to bring the truth to captive countries. These messages are reinforced by the Free Europe press that circulates news to satellite nations by means of balloons, dropping millions of miniature newspapers in populated areas. You can communicate your friendship, sympathy, and moral support to the people struggling under the Soviet yoke. Fight communism in its own backyard by sending your truth dollars to Crusade for Freedom, care of your local postmaster. Well, Walter Denton and Stretch Snodgrass decided that the quickest way to get the kids out of school for the day was to create a pseudo-fire with dry ice. They would put the ice in a bucket, fan the smoke under Mr. Conklin's door, and try to convince him it was a real fire. A little later that morning, Miss Brooks was in her principal's office.
So, Miss Brooks, you've informed the student body that they're all under detention until 4?
Yes, sir, I did. But suppose Mr. Stone does come over and discovers that you're keeping us all in school on a holiday.
Ah, but he won't, Miss Brooks. He has no way to get here. His car broke down.
Suppose he decided to walk over.
Walk over? That's ridiculous.
Well, hello, Conklin.
Mr. Stone.
I decided to walk over.
That's ridiculous. I mean, hello, Mr. Stone. How are you?
Fine, thanks, Miss Brooks. There are several things... What was that? There must be someone loitering in the hall.
Oh, impossible. There's no one in school today.
But I swear I just saw that doorknob turning.
Turning into what?
And what's that swirling in under the door?
Oh, that's nothing but smoke.
That's all it is, just smoke.
Oh, of course, that's all it is, smoke.
Smoke! Good heavens, the school's on fire!
Oh, no.
Let's get out of here! Follow me! Oh! Why, the doorknob came away in his hand.
Here, let me help you up, Mr. Stone. Mr. Stone, he fell on the back of his head. He's unconscious.
Well, quick, Miss Brooks, crawl through the window and run round and open the door from the outside. I'll try to revive Mr. Stone.
Yes, sir.
The smoke's getting pretty thick in here. I can hardly see you, Miss Brooks.
I can't see you at all, Mr. Conklin. I never could.
Gosh, Walter, we've been fanning smoke under that door for 5 minutes now, and he ain't rung the fire alarm yet.
Relax, Stretch. With the fog he's in, it'll take him a little while to notice the smoke.
You don't think Mr. Conklin's become asphyxiated, do you?
That would be too much to hope for.
Yeah, but if he is asphyxiated, maybe we got to open the door and haul him out of there.
Please, let's not spoil a perfectly good asphyxication.
Whoa, Miss Brooks!
We're cooked.
Oh, it's not a real fire, Miss Brooks. It's just a dry ice and water fire. See, we were trying to get Mr. Conklin to ring the fire alarm so we could escape from school in the confusion. There's a lot you can do on Saturday on the outside.
Gosh, Miss Brooks, now that you caught us, what are you going to do?
Hand me that newspaper. I'll fan the smoke for a while.
Gee, you're a swell sport, Miss Brooks. You think he'll ring the alarm pretty soon?
Well, maybe he needs a little encouragement. Keep up your courage, Mr. Conklin. I'm fighting my way through the flames.
That ought to get a rise out of old Marblehead.
Go ahead, Miss Brooks. Scare him some more.
I'm trying to reach you, Mr. Conklin, but the heat is terrific.
Perhaps I could get you a nice, cool lemonade, Miss Brooks.
Oh, not right now, thanks. I've got to keep fanning this dry ice until...
Mr. Conklin!
Now, Miss Brooks, if you're quite finished fighting your way through the flames.
Oh, you got here in the nick of time, Mr. Conklin. Hey, I just put the fire out.
Yeah, me too.
Well, I better be getting back to my classroom now.
Yeah, me too.
Stand where you are, you culprits.
Why, Mr. Conklin, you should thank these boys for what they've done.
Thank them?
Certainly. When Walter and Stretch realized the trouble you'd get into with Mr. Stone, they took this means of detaining him until the students cleared out.
Sure. As long as Mr. Stone is locked in there, you're safe.
Hand me that newspaper. I'll fan the smoke for a while.
Here you are, Mr. Conklin.
Pour some more water on that dry ice snodgrass. You, Denton, see that all the classrooms are emptied and report back to me.
Yes, sir. I'll clear them out and nothing flat.
Mr. Stone will have to get up pretty early in the morning to outsmart old Marblehead. Osgood Conklin.
Mr. Conklin, you're not getting enough smoke under the door.
Oh, well, this newspaper's too flexible. Get me something firmer to fan the smoke with.
Perhaps you'd like to use my hat, Conklin.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Stone. That should work much better than this. Thank you, Mr. Stone!
Conklin, I will discuss this matter with you privately in your office.
Mr. Stone.
Follow me, sir.
Oh! Mr. Stone, say something. He's unconscious, Miss Brooks. What do I do now?
In an emergency like this, there's only one thing to do. Run, do not walk, to the nearest employment agency.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden's transcribed, was produced and directed by Larry Burns, written by Joe Quillen and Al Lewis with the music of Wilbur Hatch. Mr. Conklin was played by Gail Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, Bob Rockwell, Ann Whitfield, Leonard Smith, and Joseph Kearns. Be sure to be with us next week for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks.
Hickory-dickory-dock. Two mice ran up the clock. The clock struck one, and the other one yelled, "You won't know what you're missing if you don't see Norge."
Transcribed from Hollywood, Norge, a division of Borg Warner. Originators and world's largest manufacturers of self-defrosting refrigerators. Manufacturers of America's most modern automatic and wringer washers. Gas and electric ranges. Water heaters and home freezers. Norge presents The Red Skelton Show. With Red Skelton, David Rose and his orchestra, the Smith Twins, Lorene Tuttle, Pat McGeehan, and Evelyn Eaton will be me, Rod O'Connor. Here's MGM's young comic, Red Skelton.
Young comic. Thank you and good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, Red, I saw you down the Beachcombers restaurant with a big gang of people.
Oh, yeah.
You must have an account there, Red. I noticed when they bought the check, you just signed your name on it.
That wasn't my name. I took one look at the check and wrote, "Which way to the dishes?"
Well, tell me, what were you celebrating?
Well, it wasn't a party. I was there as one of Don's guests.
Well, that must have been fun. You know, he's known for his fine drinks.
Oh, yes. 6 glasses of coconut milk, and it comes from Contented Coconut.
Did you ever have a zombie?
Oh, yeah, the other night. And it's the last time I ever go out with a blind date.
No. Red, a zombie's not a girl.
You're telling me?
You don't understand. See, a zombie is a drink.
I guess you're right. This girl was all wet anyway.
Did you have any of Don's Chinese food?
I ate so much Chinese food, I went home and did my own laundry.
I read in the paper they're going to take an island near Honolulu and make it into a paradise for millionaires. You know, a rich man's heaven, they'll call it.
Oh, I go to Catalina myself. The poor man's purgatory.
Wouldn't you like to be a millionaire, Red?
Yeah, if I had enough money to afford it.
Hawaii must be a beautiful place.
Oh, yeah.
They say you can pick pineapples right by the road.
Oh, yes. My uncle managed a pineapple packing plant until he made a mistake and canned him. Now he's living off of the dole. Hey, what else do you know about Hawaii?
Well, I know they have a firecracker tree, and when the blossoms open, they explode.
No wonder so many of the sailors come back from the islands married.
What do you mean?
Well, a fellow takes his girl and he sits under a tree and he says, Papa thinks we'd be a nice couple, and just then the tree starts to blossom.
And now the Smith Twins sing Alabama Jubilee.
Mandolin, violin, hear the banjo tuning up, the fun begins. Come this way, don't delay. Better hurry, honey dear, or you'll be missing music sweet, ragtime sweet. Goes right to your head and tickles to your feet. It's a reminder, a memory finder of nice down in old Alabama. You ought to see Deacon Jones when he rattles the bones. Old Parson Brown fooling round like a clown. And your mama, who was past 83, shouting on full of pep. Honey, watch your step. One-legged Joe danced around on his toe, drew away his clutch and hollered, let her go. Hail, hail, the gang's all here for an Alabama Jubilee. I'm Alabama bound. I'm Alabama bound. You ought to see Deacon Jones when he rattles the bone. Oh, Parson Brown fooling around like a clown. And your mama, who was past 83, shouting on full of pep. Watch your step, watch your step. One-legged Joe danced around on his toes, drew away his crutch and hollered, let her go. Hail, hail, the gang's all here for an Alabama Jubilee.
You've often heard the saying, imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. Well, you know, Norge originated self-defrosting refrigerators over 12 years ago, and actually they're mighty proud of the trend they started. But Norge hasn't stood still. Have you seen the new Norge Jet self-defroster? Here's automatic defrosting really perfected. This new Norge melts frost so fast even ice cream stays solid in the big cross-top freezer. And it defrosts itself every night, whether you're at home or out of town. Because, you see, Norge Jet defrosting doesn't depend on how often you open the refrigerator door. And it's so clean and tidy. No hidden drain pipes to clog or corrode in a Norge. You'll find many self-defrosting refrigerators on the market now, some of them good. But why not see the fastest and finest? The one made by the world's largest manufacturer of self-defrosting refrigerators. Why not see the Norge Jet self-defroster? For you won't know what you're missing if you don't see Norge.
Tonight, the stories from our Skelton scrapbook of satire are about Hawaii. Chapter 1, Flying to Hawaii.
Attention, please. Hawaiian Clipper loading at Gate 5.
Well, that's me. Now, you cable me as soon as you arrive at the Royal Hawaiian Hotel.
Yes, I'm sorry I can't take you and the children.
I understand, dear. You need the rest away from us.
Yes, I've got to get where it's peaceful and quiet. Step aside, folks. Step aside. We're in a hurry. We're in a hurry.
Watch your manners, Junior.
Yeah, you know, I've never been on a plane before. This should be quite an experience for the pilots, Daddy. Oh, my. I hope that little loudmouth isn't on this clipper.
Hey, Mummy, why are we going away? Because your father and I both need a vacation, but we can't take one at the same time. So I'm going to Hawaii with you.
Oh, Papa's getting his vacation first, huh?
Hawaiian Clipper loading at Gate 5.
There's our plane, Junior.
Let's take the train to Hawaii. I'm afraid of planes.
Oh, airplanes are safe, dear.
Not with me on them. You know how they say, Flight 7 over the field, Flight 7 over the field?
Yes.
Well, with me aboard, they say, Flight 7's all over the field. You like that one, Mummy? Oh, no. My. What a breath I'm going to get.
Now, dear, maybe it won't be so bad.
Well, I'll just have to make the best of it.
Hey, mister, where are your bags?
I've already checked them in.
Good, and you can carry ours.
Here, I'll be glad to help you with your... What have you got in this thing?
Boy, he sure is weak, boy. He's getting bow-legged up by a minute. Looks like a pair of pliers, don't he? He run real fast, he look like an egg beater. Hey, careful, the lock ain't too good on that one. Dropped it.
Look what fell out. A crowbar, slingshot, junior atomic set, brass knuckles, blowgun for 22-millimeter peas.
Junior, why did you bring all those things?
Well, why idle away my moments on the plane? Goodness, I always think ahead, you know.
Oh, my, I wonder how long it would take me to walk to Hawaii.
Don't get upset, dear. He's just a child.
That is not a child. That's a hot foot with legs.
fella. Foot and leg.
Goodbye, my dear.
Oh, come on, boy, come on. Oh, boy. Isn't this a nice airplane?
Junior, now will you stop patting it and come on? The plane is ready and the passengers are all in and fastening their seatbelts.
Oh, boy, I feel sorry for them. There's no way they can get away from me now.
Here are your seats, madam.
Oh? Well, thank you. Are you a whack?
No, I'm the stewardess, and I'm going to take care of you, because I like nice little boys.
I was right. He's a what? I like this, you know.
Now fasten your seatbelt.
Yeah. I got to be careful because I fastened my belt once before, and then when we got off of the plane, they said, unfasten your seatbelt. So I unfastened my seatbelt, and I was never so embarrassed in all my life. I came down that gangplank, and my pants were at half mad. Yeah, boy, it sure feels light after that ball and chain I wear at home, don't it?
Junior, you shouldn't say things like that. You know that isn't true.
And here's some chewing gum for your ears.
Some chewing gum for my ear? Well, tell me, isn't that pretty messy? Nuts. The whole can of nuts. Is it real gum?
Yes, regular gum.
Oh, you mean the kind just for chewing?
Yes.
What kind of flavor is it?
Peppermint.
Peppermint, huh?
Yes.
I'd rather have some bubble gum.
That's enough, Junior. Now, stop it.
Oh, boy, we're taking off. We're taking off.
Back in your seat.
Yes, by all means.
Hey, look out the window.
No,
look out the window.
Just sit still.
We're going up. Now we're going to the right. We bank into the left. Now we bank into the right again. Now we're doing a tailspin. Oh, engine trouble.
No.
Engine trouble.
Good heavens.
We're falling. Stand by for the crash.
Hold on to me, Junior.
Our number has been called.
No, just the pilot. We happen to be alone.
Please, calm yourself.
Where are the parachutes?
Oh, yes, I'll hurry with them.
Please, you folks are disturbing the other passengers.
You ain't heard nothing. Wait till the takeoff.
Yes. Takeoff? Aren't we in the air?
No, they're just warming up the motors.
And I got a feeling I'm going to get my motor warmed up.
Junior, why do you do things like that?
Stewardess, get my coat. I'm getting off.
You can't now. The plane is moving.
Oh, let him get off, Sporty. What's the matter? Don't you like me, Sporty?
Certainly. I like all children.
Like that?
I like all children.
Answer my question.
Stop annoying that nice man.
Oh, I should have stayed at home.
Don't worry, sir. I'll do my best to keep the child from disturbing you.
Thank you. And if there's an inquiry, I'll gladly testify that he wasn't pushed off the plane, that he jumped.
Boy, this guy really needs rest, don't he? Hey, how are you going to keep me quiet?
I don't know. How would you like to get up in the cockpit with the pilot and see what makes the plane fly?
Me? Up there?
Yes.
You do realize what you're saying?
Certainly.
Mm-hmm. You're the real natural-born sport. Well, let's go.
All right, Junior. Now, remember, don't touch anything.
Oh, trusting old soul.
Oh, you wouldn't do anything wrong. I'm convinced of that.
Yeah, I wish you convinced me.
Captain Gus, look what we have aboard.
Well, howdy, fella.
Howdy there, Captain.
Well, where'd you get the red hair?
What's that?
I said, where did you get that red hair?
It came with the body. It's a birthday present, if you must know.
Well, why are you going to Hawaii? You going to ride the surfboards?
No, I'm going to go see my uncle. He's a cowboy. He's got one of the biggest ranches in Hawaii.
Do they have cattle ranches in Hawaii?
Sure.
Sure, the largest in the world.
Largest in the world.
This kid is smart.
Yeah.
You know what a luau is?
You mean when they bury a pig full of red-hot rocks and then cover him with banana leaves and yams?
Yes.
No, but I know what a barbecue is.
Well, tell me, do you like planes?
Well, I don't know much about them. Say, what's that wheel that the pilot's holding there?
That's the controls. Do you want to fly the plane?
Oh, no.
Oh, no, it's all right. I have the automatic pilot on.
Yeah, but not on me. You just explain to me how it works, is all.
Well, you see, if I pull it this way, it goes up. If I pull it this way, it goes down.
Well, what happens if you push it this way? Well, how about that? We backed up sideways.
Curtis, you better get him out of here.
I'll take him back to his mother.
Well, look at all the passengers doing fancy tricks. Hey, Mummy, teach me to stand on my head like that guy.
Now, in the seat and go to sleep.
Oh, all right.
Wake up, Junior. Look out the window. There's a Hawaiian island.
Where?
Look.
Oh, look. Look at that. A beach surrounded by tourists.
And there's Pearl Harbor, and there's a sugar cane field on fire.
Yeah, well, I'm glad I'm up here, boy. You can't blame me, boy. That will ruin all the sugar, won't it?
Oh, now, they always burn a sugar cane field before they harvest it. It removes the leaves.
Oh, so that's how we get brown sugar, huh?
Now, fasten your safety belt.
We're going to miss you around here. That's all right. We all got to go sooner or later.
Fasten your safety belt, please.
In Honolulu, at which hotel are you staying?
Why, at the Royal Hawaiian.
Good. Then I shall stay at the Moana.
Boy, is he a sourpuss. This guy could curdle milk at 20 places. Hey, why don't you say where we does?
I will not. I came to Hawaii to get away from children. I can't stand there asking questions and noisy games.
Well, for goodness sake, I must say that you let old age get a hold of you. Look, it's now choking the life out of you. If you can't stand to answer questions for widow kids, you can't be very much concerned about the future. And if you don't like the noise, well, you've just forgot how to play. People who have forgot how to play are the ones that's getting old. Now, you look at my mummy. She don't look like a day over 65. And she can remember when the Big Dipper was just a little drinking cup.
Oh, Junior, that's enough.
You know, I've been thinking. The boy is right about keeping young.
I'm afraid he is.
Yes. As soon as we land, I think I'll send for my wife and kids.
Well, call them children. We don't like to be called kids. Bah.
That's a good idea, too. And thank you, little man, for giving me such good advice. You are a good boy.
Oh! I give you some better advice. While I still has my teeth, don't pat me on the head.
Now you're going to get it.
Oh, no, it's a topper.
Dave Rose and the orchestra play Irish Washerwoman. And now for our weekly homemaker hint from Jane Masters, co-director of the Norge Home Economics Department.
This is a homely little hint, but it works. After you've been peeling onions, rub fresh parsley over your fingers to kill the onion odor. Or if you have no parsley, use celery.
Parsley and celery remind me of the wonderful vegetable crisper in the new Norge Jet Self Defroster. It's a whopper with movable dividers so you can section it off to suit yourself.
Rod, suit yourself really describes the whole arrangement of this new Norge refrigerator.
That's right. A shelf you can raise or lower or take out entirely. Another shelf with a lift-out section. Why, you can even suit yourself about how you keep butter. The Butter Bank gives you a choice of 4 spreadable temperatures. Nothing's been overlooked to make this new Norge convenient for you. From built-in bottle opener to a meat keeper deep enough for a roast. And best of all, fast self-defrosting. The new Norge Jet self-defroster models are at your dealers now, and you won't know what you're missing if you don't see Norge.
Chapter 2, I Will Never Forget Hawaii.
Well, here I am again. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. And so we say farewell to the little island. Boy, what a blizzard outside. Sure is cold. Well, I'm used to this kind of weather, though. I used to live in Florida. I wonder who that could be. Well, there's one way to find out. There's no use cheating, though. I've got to turn a page.
Well, howdy, Clam.
Well, Daisy June. Come in out of the cold. Come in out of the cold.
Oh, brr.
Brr.
Sure cold in here, Clem. And no wonder. Why don't you light the stove?
Well, I've been trying to, but the darn metal just won't catch fire. What are you doing on a day like this, Daisy June?
Well, I went over to my sister's. She's got a new baby.
A new one? Well, she's already got 12. Seems kind of silly for her to get another. Why don't she get something that she really needs, you know? Or at least get a used one. Say, you sure smell good. Did you put some of that perfume on that I gave you?
Nope, I took it off.
Yeah.
Oh, I see you got a letter.
Yes, I did.
Sure, it's on that table. Who's it from?
Same guy I get all my letters from. The mailman.
Did the mailman get through today?
No, it's been here for a year now. I just don't know how to find out what it is.
Well, open it and read it.
Oh, details again,
Well, give me the letter. I'll read it to you.
Okay.
Well, the letter is from Dr. Durant, Honolulu, Hawaii.
Yeah, he was the doctor in the Navy when I was in the Army. Met him on the boat.
Did he ever treat you for anything?
Very seldom. He had cured me of a bad case of gold brick, and he did that. I did like our trip to Hawaii. Oh, that was really fun.
Oh, really? Tell me about your trip. How'd you go over?
Oh, I was a big success. That's too fast, sir. You didn't get that.
I mean, how did you travel?
Oh, troop ship, first class.
Well, now, come on, tell me about your trip, Clam.
Well, my first trip to the island was with Captain James Cook.
Oh, now, wait just a minute there. He discovered the island in 1778. Now, don't lie. You tell me the truth.
All right, I'll tell you the truth. I've been lying about my age. Yeah. Well, anyhow, we left this port of embarkation, and we got aboard.
Gee, with all your buddies, that must have been something. The way soldiers understand each other.
Oh, yes, soldiers, sailors, and Marines. There's nothing like getting a shipload of about 25,000 soldiers to bring you together, you know.
Sailors and Marines.
Yeah, 2 meals a day. Hay tea all the way. Jester, I wouldn't have missed it for the world. But I wish I had.
Did you get seasick, Clam?
Well, only on the boat. I'll tell you about it. It was about my third day out. And boy, was it hot. I think the trade winds were having a fire sale at the time, you see. Well, I was aboard this ship.
Howdy, soldier.
Howdy. Nice seeing you there, mate.
Care for a game of cards?
No.
Poker, blackjack, dice? I got a roulette wheel in my barracks bag if you're interested.
No thanks, Lieutenant. My mother told me never to gamble. That's right after she lost.
How'd she lose? How did she lose?
I was born. She spent 6 months knitting a pair of pink booties, and then when I came along, she had to throw them away.
Because it was pink?
No, because I had toes on both ends of my feet.
Hey, what are all these soldiers looking at all day long?
Just water.
That's right. They still keep looking.
Yep.
You ever seen so much water before?
No, I haven't. And that ain't nothing. You're just looking at the top of it. Water. This is about the first thing I ever got enough of, you know.
Hey, have you been seasick yet?
Oh, no, I'm...
You ain't been seasick? You mean to tell me you always look like that? Well, wait till you eat chow. That'll make you seasick.
Well, I don't think so. I don't think I'll get seasick.
Feel that?
Okay.
That steady roll of the ship.
Yeah.
To and fro. Forward and aft. Feel it?
Yeah, I do kind of feel it now that you've called my attention to it.
Oh, don't let it get you.
Yeah.
You know, think of your home. Think of your girl.
Yeah, my girl. Now I'm even sicker. What do you think? Let's sit down on the deck, huh? I don't feel so good.
Oh, I'd snap out of it. Only 10 more days of this and we land.
So who cares?
I think you'd better go to sickbay.
Not me, boy. The last time I reported to the doctors, they sounded taps and tried to dump me overboard.
This is Rod O'Connor saying, remember, in refrigerators, home freezers, gas and electric ranges, washers and water heaters, everything Norge makes right. Take time out this week to go to your Norge dealers and see the Norge Jet Self Defroster, the newest and finest refrigerator in the famous Norge line. Find out how smart it would be to trade in your old refrigerator on this beautiful, super convenient new Norge. See how much extra room it gives you. See how much time and trouble it saves you by defrosting automatically every night in mere minutes. Yes, see the new Norge Jet Self Defroster soon. And now until next week.
This is Red Skelton saying thanks for listening and reminding you that you won't know what you're missing if you don't see Norge.
Join us again next week for the Red Skelton Show. Skelton is heard in this program through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios. This is a copyrighted feature transcribed from Hollywood. This is the CBS Radio Network.
That's right, folks. C for comedy, A for Abbott, M for Maxwell, E for Ennis, L for Lou Costello. Put them all together and they spell Kimmel. Experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Let your own experience tell you why more people are smoking Camels than ever before. And draw up a chair for tonight's Camel Show, starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Look at you. Look at yourself.
Well, I'm sick and tired of looking at me. You look at me.
Oh, stop that. Your appearance is disgraceful. Wait a minute. Why are you wearing that faded shirt?
I've just been made a vice president of NBC.
Lou, I phoned you last night. Where were you?
Where was I?
Yeah.
I was over at Earl Carroll's helping the bubble dancer blow up her bubble. Abbott, she was so grateful she gave me the best seat in the house.
In the first row?
No, inside the bubble.
What were you doing at Earl Carroll's?
What was I doing at Earl Carroll's?
What were you doing at Earl
Looking
Carroll's?
for a place to invest our money.
What do you mean?
So I went over there to buy it. All night, the manager and I scribbled figures on the tablecloth. And you know, if you and I put all our money together, we could buy it.
Earl Carroll's?
No, the tablecloth.
Shame on you hanging around with bubble dancers at night. Bubble dancers, nightclubs, you ought to be ashamed.
Abbott, me and that bubble dancer are engaged. I think I'll have to call it off.
Why?
For two reasons. Her parents object to our engagement, and so does she.
I thought so. No girl would marry you and live in that broken-down shack you're living in.
Broken-down shack?
Yeah.
Abbott, I'm proud of my home. It's the only house in California with Venetian blinds over the mouse holes.
You idiot, that place you live in has grass growing through the middle of the floor.
What do you expect for $15? Brussels sprouts?
Now, listen. Costello, why don't you build yourself a little house out in the suburbs? Of course, you know what the suburbs are.
Sure, that's French for a long bus ride.
No. Why, you could have a lovely little place with a garden. On the front lawn, you could have flowers spelling out your name.
The flowers? The flowers could spell out my name?
Certainly.
How do you like that? The flowers are smarter than I am.
Costello, don't you want to own your own home? Don't you want to own your own home, Lou, so that you can entertain and have people over for dinner?
Abbott, I had a mob over to my house for dinner last night. I served pheasant, turkey, chicken, and caramels.
Wait a minute. You serve caramels with pheasant, turkey, and chicken?
Sure. Before the guests can get their teeth unstuck, I eat all the white meat. But it's no good, Abbott. I'm too poor to build a new house.
Oh, now, wait a minute. You don't have to have money to build a new house. It's easy to finance.
It's easy to what?
Finance for your home.
Why should I finance for my house? My house is loaded with ants right now. And furthermore, the ants find my house by themselves.
No.
I saw one ant giving directions to another ant how to get to my joint.
I understand. I'm not talking. Listen, I'm talking about finance. Don't you know how to finance?
Certainly I know how to finance. I just look in a sugar bowl and there they are.
No. Still, you don't understand. You're talking about ants. I'm talking about finance. Like you finance in business.
Oh, how do you like that? Now the ants are going into business. They must be making chovies.
Chovies?
Sure. Have you ever heard of anchovies?
Oh. Forget about finance. Listen to me, Lou. Just forget about it. You'll need money to build a house, so I'll ask my wife to get you a loan.
Get me a loan? Who wants to be alone with your wife? I don't even want to be alone with you.
No. I mean, my wife will get you a loan in the bank.
Get me a loan in the bank?
Yes.
What does she want to do? Waltz through the vault?
No. Listen, you dummy. My wife will take you to the bank. She'll fill out the papers and take a lien against your new house.
Your wife is going to lean against my new house? That ton of stuff is going to lean against my joint? Your wife ain't leaning against my house, Abbott.
Take it easy now.
She's tired. Tell her to go home and go to bed.
No. My wife is in the mortgage business. A mortgage is a lien or chattel. Now, down at the bank where my wife, she has an old box full of chattels.
Abbott, your wife is an old chattel box.
Now, listen. You listen to me. I'm talking about chattels. Haven't you ever heard of chattels?
Chattel? Sure, my uncle's got a herd of chattel. He's got a herd of chattel, chows, and calves. He's also got chickens.
He keeps his cattle in a cow pasture and the chickens in a chicken coop.
No. I'm not talking about cattle. You understand that? I'm talking about...
Wait for the laugh!
I said chattel. Chattel is a loan. And to get a new house, you'll have to get a loan. And then you'll have to go through escrow.
Why can't I go through Glendale?
Escrow has nothing to do with Glendale.
Then Glendale will have nothing to do with escrow.
Look, you nitwit. When you get a new house, you go through escrow to get a guaranteed title deed.
Could you drag that last part past me again?
Guaranteed title deed. Guaranteed title deed.
Guaranteed title deed?
Guaranteed title deed.
Guaranteed title deed. Guaranteed title deed. Guaranteed title deed. Nope, Abbott, it's no good.
What's the matter?
It'll never take the place of Glockamora.
Experience is the best teacher.
The time, not so long ago. The characters, two sisters.
Hi, Ginny. You can be glad it wasn't your turn to stand in line for cigarettes. Oh, my poor feet.
What did you get? Oh, these. Well, can't be choosers these days.
Well, we've certainly tried all the brands by this time, I guess.
Well, it's taught me something. I like Camels better than any of them.
Me, too.
Yes, experience is the best teacher.
The experience of smoking whatever brands they could get during the wartime cigarette shortage taught millions the differences in cigarette quality. Their T-zones, that's T for taste and T for throat, tested cigarette after cigarette. And of all those cigarettes, it was Camel's rich, full flavor and cool mildness that registered most enjoyably again and again with millions of smokers. Today, when it's again possible to choose your brand,
more people smoke Camels than ever before.
Experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. And while you light up a Camel, here's Skinny Ennis with...
Why does such a change, why so cold and why so strange, be sentimental? Don't hang your faith on jealousy and hate, 'cause I was never born for the touch of a witch's thorn, so please be gentle to my heart. Why do you take my arms tonight? Then wander far from sight. Can't understand your eyes. But remember this, if you really want my kiss, be sweet and gentle, lest we part. Remember, if you love me, then you must be gentle to my heart. Can't understand your idea, but remember this, if you really want my kiss, be sweet and gentle, lest we part. Remember, if you love me, then you must be gentle to my heart.
Have you decided what kind of a house you're going to build?
Abbott, I'm thinking it over. I think I'm going to build an igloo.
Igloo?
Yep.
Where can you get snow in California?
I'll tell you if you'll tell me where I can get lumber in California.
You talk sense. How are you going to furnish the house?
Well, I think I'm going to put a pinball machine in the living room, a card table, slot machine, pool table in the other room.
Oh, you idiot. What about chairs, stoves, and beds?
Abbott, all I can afford is the necessities. The luxuries will have to come later.
Well, Costello, now that my wife has okayed you at the bank for a loan, the first thing to do is go out and buy a lot.
Buy a lot? Buy a lot of what?
A lot of nothing, just a lot.
If I'm going to buy a lot, it's got to be a lot of something. I ain't spending my money for nothing.
Listen, you don't get nothing, you get a lot. You take your money and buy a lot.
Buy a lot of what?
Look, you idiot, when I say you buy a lot, I'm talking about a lot you buy when you buy a lot.
Oh, when you say you buy a lot, you're talking about a lot you buy when you buy a lot.
Now you've got it.
Now I've got it. I don't even know what I'm talking about.
You can get a lot for a lot, or you can get a lot for a little.
Make up your mind. Do I get a lot or a little?
Now, well, I think you ought to start off with a little lot. Then later on, you can get a lot more lot for quite a lot more. Or you can get another little lot for quite a lot less.
Oh, you think I ought to start with a little lot, and later on I could get a lot more lot for quite a lot more, and a little lot for quite a lot less?
Now you've got the picture.
Now I've got the picture. Excuse me for just one moment.
Where are you going?
I'm going in the dark room and try and develop it.
Now, there's a new subdivision out in the valley. And we can take a look at lots and lots of lots. Come on, let's go.
Okay, let's go.
Well, Costello, here's the new subdivision. And here comes the real estate salesman.
Yeah, good
Now, be careful.
afternoon, gentlemen. I'm a very busy man. Busy. Just sign your name on the dotted line. The place is yours.
What place?
Well, honeymoon must be over. The customers are asking questions again. Now, look, young fella, I'm a busy man. I only spend 30 seconds on my 60-second workout. I get 5 o'clock shadow at 3:30. On my 3rd birthday, I was 6 years old. My favorite songs are Rainy Night in Cucamonga.
That's a rainy night in Rio.
I know, but I haven't got time to take the trip. I'm a very busy man. Now, there's a beautiful lot on the hillside. It's kind of slopey, but I'll let you have it for $3,000.
Well, now, wait a minute. Don't you think that's a pretty steep price?
Yes, but it's a pretty steep lot. I'm a very busy man. Now, some of these lots are a lot more than other lots. I give you a little lot for a lot or a big lot for a little.
A little lot for a lot or a big lot for a little?
Make up your mind. I'm a busy man. Do you want to start with a little lot and get a lot more lot for a lot less later? Come on, I'm a busy man.
This guy ain't too busy to steal our routine.
All right. Look, hey, look. This lot has a pretty good view.
Yes, from here I can watch for the day, the 7th of May.
Yes, it has a wonderful view of all the movie studios. On your right is Paramount, hidden by the Santa Monica Mountains. On your left is Republic, hidden by the San Fernando Mountains. And straight ahead is Warner Brothers.
Hidden by Sidney Greenstreet.
Mister, my friend Costello needs a small lot in which to build a house. Now, how much will it cost me?
Well, being it's Costello, I'll let him have it for a song.
Oh, you'll let me have it for a song?
Yeah.
You got a deal. My wife.
No, quiet. He doesn't mean that kind of a song. He does not mean that kind of a song. Will you keep quiet?
I'm a busy
Well, he don't mean that. Mister.
At $2,900.
$2,900 for this crummy piece of ground? This guy must think I'm a veteran.
Hey, look, I'll handle it. Just let me take over from here. Keep quiet. Look here, you tin-horn swindler. Don't try to rob my pal Costello. $2,900 for this gopher's playground.
Mr. Abbott, there's 10% in it for you if I can unload this on Costello.
Oh, why didn't you say so? 10%, Costello, this lot isn't worth $2,900.
No?
It's worth $3,900.
You see, mister? My pal over there. Wait a minute. Just a minute. A minute ago, Abbott, you said this was a gopher's playground. Them gophers must be wearing mink coats. How much ground do I get for the $3,900?
Come, I'll show you. We'll walk all around your lot.
Yes, sir.
Well, there you are. How do you like it, Costello?
Fine, but when we walk back, can we take a shortcut?
All right, give me your check. I'll give you the deed. There, that's fine. And I want to thank you. Goodbye.
Hey, just a minute. How do we get into town from here?
Well, your property's just a stone's throw from the railroad station.
Where's the railroad station?
As soon as you throw enough stones, we're going to build one.
Come on, Costello. We're going into town to see a contractor so that you can start building right away. Costello, there's the contractor's office across the street.
Hiya, fellas.
Hi, Skinny. Hey, Costello just bought a lot near the river, and he's going to build a house on it.
Well, I had a lot once on a river overlooking the bank.
How did
I
you...
lost it.
How did you lose it?
For overlooking the bank.
So long, Skinny. We get rid of him fast, don't we?
Well, come on, Costello. We've got to get over to the contractor's office.
Well, if it isn't Mr. Abbott and Mr. Costello. What little monument.
Oh, hello. What are you doing around here?
Oh, I'm on my way to the contractor's. He's drawing some plans for my new bungalow.
Bungalow? Oh, Abbott, you know what a bungalow is. That's a cottage with a patio and a barbecue.
Don't you you just love little boongaloos?
Oh, I'd rather have a large mansion with a punt house and a 2-car garage.
Well, housing is very broad in Hollywood. My aunt is living in a trailer camp in Santa Monica.
That's nothing. My cousin puts the tunt at Malibu Booch, and he's got a halibut for a room moot.
Well, I must be dashing off. As we say in French, la boquette, qu'aime des tomes, and la qu'est-ce que c'est to you?
And a bucket of Kemptone and a kisser to you, too.
Well, I do hope you build a house like my old home in Virginia. Oh, I miss that graceful patio, those smooth white pillars, that broad veranda.
I know just what you mean. I used to feel the same way about a blonde in Patterson, New Jersey.
Camel presents lovely Marilyn Maxwell from Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of The Sea of Grass. For Camel fans everywhere, Marilyn puts this question to music.
When am I gonna kiss you good morning? Just like I kissed you good night. How can it be a beautiful morning if you are not in my sight? I'm not the kind who goes for all those hit-and-run kisses. I won't be satisfied until we're Mr. and Mrs. When am I gonna kiss you good morning, just like I kissed you good night? It's awful nice to spend the night romancing. It's thrilling every minute I'm with you. But when I leave you now, I'll be so lonely, and the dawning will break cold and blue. When you gonna kiss me good morning, just like I kissed you good night? Buy a little ring for my finger, then we will do it up right. We hide away in some cafe, the candlelight bewitching. I'd rather have those ham and eggs in our little kitchen. When am I gonna kiss you good morning? I won't be satisfied. You're the groom and I'm the bride. Then I can kiss you all I
If you're looking for the rich, full flavor of superbly blended tobaccos, if you want cool mildness, too, try a Camel on your T-zone. That's T for taste and T for throat. See if Camel's rich flavor of choice tobaccos and Camel's cool mildness don't suit your T-zone to a T. Then you'll understand why so many doctors smoke Camels. 3 leading independent research organizations recently asked this question of 113,597 doctors. What cigarette do you smoke, doctor? The brand named most was Camel.
According to a recent nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Hey, look, Costello. This is the contractor's office.
Oh, how do you do, gentlemen? As Louis XIV said to Louis XV, you're next. Oh, pardon me a second while I answer the phone. Hello? Yes, this is Brown, the contractor. You just built a house in Brooklyn and you want to move it to California? I'll have to check our rates and call you back, Mr. DeRocha.
Mr. Brown, my friend Costello would like to talk over some plans with you.
Oh, everybody's got plans. They bother me all day. One fella came in, wanted a 3-room house. I threw him bodily out the window. Another fella came in, wanted a 2-room house. I kicked him down the elevator shaft. Now, what can I do for you?
Give me a package of Beam and Caps and chewing gum, please.
Stop that, Costello. Tell the man what you want.
Well, if it isn't too much trouble, I'd like to have you build me a house.
Build you a house?
Yes, sir.
You got a lot of nerve to stand there and ask me to build you a house? when this city is suffering from a shortage of bowling alleys?
Mr. Brown, I wish you could see your way clear to Bill Costello home. Living conditions are pretty crowded in Hollywood.
Crowded?
Yes, it's so crowded in Hollywood that John's other wife is living with one man's family.
Well, as one bullfrog said to the other bullfrog, let's hop to it. There's no lumber, but I have a glass blower who blows 3-room bungalows.
Oh, that wouldn't be bad. Where is the glass blower?
Oh, I had to fire him. He was blowing some bungalows and he got the hiccups. Before I could stop him, he made 300 Quonset huts.
Are you building any houses for GIs?
Oh, yes. GIs are in here every day. They run around saying, gee, I wish I had a bungalow. Gee, I wish I had a house. Gee, I wish I had some place to live.
Mr. Brown, what will it cost to build a house for Costello?
Well, let me see now. Lumber, $6,000. Cement, $3,000. Nails, $2,000. And, $15,000 for the master plumber.
Do I really need that master plumber?
Well, certainly. Who else but a master plumber could put the cold water knob on the hot water faucet? Well, that'll make $26,000. Here, just sign the contract. I'll get you a pen.
Thanks. I have my oon pen. It's the latest thing. It's an Italian pen.
Italian pen?
Yes, it has a meatball point and writes under spaghetti.
Well, now that I have your signature, have you got a co-signer that will guarantee the payment?
Co-signer? I haven't got any co-signer.
No co-signer? Mm-hmm. Without a co-signer, I wouldn't build a house for the King of Siam.
Mr. Costello, I've got to get a house. Please be my co-signer. You've got to be my co-signer.
I can't do it. And quit following me around on that white elephant.
Who was that?
Huh?
Who was that?
The King of Siam.
Costello, come on. We've got to get a co-signer.
Oh, hello, Mr. Abbott. Hello, Louis, honey.
Hello, Marilyn.
Hello, Marilyn. Costello's thinking of building a new home.
Yes, Marilyn. After the house is built, maybe we could get married and keep house together.
Well, would you be a thoughtful husband? Would you wipe the dishes with me?
Marilyn, I wouldn't wipe the dishes with you. I'd buy a dish rag. Marilyn, if I marry you, will you let me be the boss and run things?
Oh, I'd let you run everything. The washing machine, the vacuum, and all the errands. Goodbye.
Gee, Abbott, she's a lovely girl. She's the kind of girl I'd like to take home to my mother. If I could only trust my father.
Come on. We're going in here to Mrs. Whitwash's house and see if she will be a co-signer for your new house.
Why, hello, Mr. Abbott. Oh, my goodness, I wonder who left that empty beer barrel on my front porch. Oh, pardon me, it's Costello.
I wish you hadn't have said that, Mrs. Whitwash. I was just telling Abbott how you have that 1947 look.
Oh, thank you. Oh, do you really think I have that 1947 look?
Yes. You act like 19 and you're really 47.
Dare you, you pudgy, pin-headed pipsqueak. Why, just look at this picture of me in my bathing suit. It was taken just after I came out of the water.
How many days have you been in the water?
Quiet, Costello. Mrs. Whitwash, Costello wants to build a new house and he hasn't enough money. Would you be a co-signer?
Why should I go-signer? If he wants somebody to go-signer, why doesn't he go-signer himself?
Mrs. Whitwash, when Abbott says co-signer, he doesn't mean go-signer like you go to sign a thing when you go to sign it. He means co-signer like when you've got a lot of money, you're a co-signer.
Oh, you mean co-signer like when you have a lot of money, you're a co-signer.
Now you've got it.
Now I've got it. I don't even know what I'm talking about.
Well, never mind, Costello. I've got an idea. There's some old lumber in my backyard, and you can build a little shack to live in until your house is built. Come on. Costello! Why are you hammering on those boards so hard?
No nail.
You're building this shack all wrong. Listen to me, please. It's all wrong. Look, you see that board on the roof?
Yes.
The one that's sticking out?
Yes.
Well, get the saw and see if you can saw the board you see.
Okay. What did you say?
All I said was look for the saw and see if you can saw that board, see?
See if I can saw the board.
Yes. Can't you saw the board?
Certainly I can saw the board.
Well, then go up on the roof and saw it.
Why should I go up on a roof and saw it when I can saw it from down here?
You can't saw it from down here.
Wait a minute, Abbott. Can you see the board from down here?
Certainly.
Well, I can see it from down here, too.
I know you can see it. I want you to go up on the roof and saw it.
Look, Abbott, I saw the board when I put it up there. I saw it before you did, and I don't want to see it again.
I didn't ask you to see it. I asked you to saw it.
Do you want me to see it or saw it?
Well, now, look, you've got to see it to saw it.
Get me off this seesaw. I'm getting seasick. Abbott, never mind all this. I'm going to go out and buy me a prefabricated house.
Hey, now, that's a good idea.
You come on over tomorrow afternoon, and we'll have a house for me.
Okay, Costello. I'll see you tomorrow.
Not if I saw you first.
Oh. Costello.
You come?
Costello.
Oh, yes. Look, Abbott.
What?
Oh, here I am, Abbott. Come on in and take a look at my new prefabricated house. I just finished putting it up. Look, Abbott, I've even got a beautiful fire going in a fireplace.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty, isn't it?
Hey, this is a funny-looking house. Only one room, bare walls. Where did you get all that wood you were burning in the fireplace?
The company was very, very nice to me. They sent it along with the house.
Wait a minute. Let me see those plans.
Yes?
Mm-hmm. I thought so.
What?
You idiot. You burned the house and you're living in the packing case.
Oh, I'm a bad carpenter.
Abbott and Costello will be back in just a moment for Camel cigarettes. During the war, the makers of Camel cigarettes sent a total of more than 150 million free Camels to our fighting men overseas. Now free Camels are sent to servicemen's hospitals instead. This week, the Camels go to Veterans Hospital, Coatesville, Pennsylvania, U.S. Army McCornack General Hospital, Pasadena, California, U.S. Naval Hospital, Pensacola, Florida, U.S. Marine Hospital, Kirkwood, Missouri, and Veterans Hospital, Newington, Connecticut. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States 3 times a week, are rebroadcast to practically every area in the world where our men are still stationed, and to our good neighbors in Central and South America. And now back to Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Well, Costello, you've done it again. Now you have no house. Where are you going to live?
Well, I could go and live with my Uncle Artie Stebbins, but I don't want to.
Where does your Uncle Artie live?
In a big 500-room house overlooking a bay.
Why, I'd call that a castle.
Everybody else calls it Alcatraz.
Good night, folks.
Good night, everybody.
Be sure to tune in next Thursday night to Abbott and Costello when they celebrate the first day of May. There will be a big festival at Mrs. Wetwash's home, and Costello has his fortune told. Costello is a sucker for Sears. Tune in next week and listen to this Sears sucker.
A man who smokes a pipe has pipe appeal, so the ladies say, and the tobacco that has pipe appeal is Prince Albert, as millions of pipe smokers know. Prince Albert's choice tobacco with its rich, full flavor and cool mildness has made it America's favorite pipe tobacco. Prince Albert is specially treated to ensure against tongue bite, crimp cut to smoke slow and cool. For real smoking comfort, try Prince Albert. Another American favorite, Prince Albert's Grand Ole Opry, Saturday night on NBC. Red Foley sings the American folk songs you know and love. And if you don't already know and love Minnie Pearl and the other laugh makers on Grand Ole Opry, you will after you hear Grand Ole Opry on NBC Saturday night.
Be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. And remember, experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Let your own experience tell you why more people are smoking Camels than ever before.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
This is Michael Roy in Hollywood wishing you all a pleasant good night for Camel. If your community remains on Standard Time, listen to Abbott and Costello 1 hour earlier starting next Thursday. Stay tuned now for the Eddie Cantor Show.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is spoon. S-P-O-O-N.
Really? You bet your life.
The DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
Groucho, sorry. My name's Yazmin Khan. Thank you. Well, here I am again with $1,000 for one of our couples tonight. George Fenneman, who gets first whack at it?
Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a bouncer from a dance hall and an accountant. And here they are, Mr. Alan Landman and bouncer Bill Graves. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, gentlemen. You bet your life. And if one of you says the DeSoto Plymouth secret word, he wins $100 instantly. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Mr. Bill,
Graves.
Bill Graves, huh? You're a bouncer at a dance hall?
Yes, sir.
Where you from, Bill?
I'm from within a stone's throw of the Churchill Downs in Lexington, Kentucky.
Mm-hmm. And what do? You throw stones around there?
Oh, yes, sir.
Bookkeeper, Alan Landman?
Yes, sir.
I'll just call you Bookie, huh?
No.
You're not a bookie, huh? Well, I better call you Bookkeeper, is that right?
No, that's not right either. I'm an accountant.
You're very hard to please, aren't you? I'll call you Count, is that all right? Or Int. I was Int, huh? Tell me, Count, what do you do as an accountant?
Oh, I make income tax returns out for people, give them general advice on their financial statements, and audit their books.
You keep books, and I'll just call you Bookie, huh? And if you get raided, don't come running to me. Huh? Where are you from, Bookie?
I was born within a stone's throw of the Fulton Fish Market in New York.
You were born near the fish market, huh?
That's right.
Mm-hmm. And how long did you flounder around there before you... Al Smith was born around there, wasn't he?
Oh, that's right.
Mm-hmm. What's the most common bookkeeping error you find in your work, Mr. Landman?
I would say transposition.
Well, you'll have to say more than that.
I mean...
That left me as cold as those stones where you were born with them.
I mean transposition of figures. That is, writing $16,489.12 as $16,498.21. Transposing the figures in sequence.
Well, I lost you a long time ago. And, Jersey Bounce, tell me, where do you work?
I work at the Roseland Roof, 833 South Spring Street.
Mm-hmm. And what is Roseland Roof?
It is the finest taxi dance hall in the United States.
I didn't know taxis could dance.
We have some two-legged taxis that dance very well, sir. Some night if you're off and you have a moment to spare...
I'm off every night, huh?
I'd like to have you come down and visit us.
Well, I'd be very happy to, huh? They strap a meter on me, I suppose? What do you do at the Roseland Roof, Mr. Graves?
I'm the manager, the elevator operator, the policeman. I'm a union man. I work 8 hours in the morning and 8 hours at night.
Did you figure that joke out on your boss this time? Or... Now, tell me, Turkey Trot, how many girls work at your dance emporium? Huh?
Between 75 and 100.
Those are pretty loose figures to have on a dance floor. You handle figures, too, don't you, Alan?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. The figures you handle don't lie, I take it, huh?
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
You don't have to. I just said it. Huh? Do you ever run across cases of simple fraud? What's a good way to skin a widow out of her mite, for example?
Well, you pad the figures on an expense account.
Steady now, there. You're a rascal, that's what you are. You pad the widow's figures? Well, how do you catch a crook like that?
Oh, you just use your logic. For example, if a guy submitted an expense account showing that he was in the Sahara Desert and that he entertained some people at a nightclub there for $187.50, you
Is there a nightclub in the Sahara Desert?
Not that I know of.
You mean this widow can only get cheated in the Sahara Desert?
She can choose her own site.
You mean it would take a lot of sand to skin her, huh? Now, tell me, does anything exciting ever happen to an accountant?
Well, something exciting happened to me once. I got into an airplane conducting 5 wooden packing cases that looked as if they might have contained cans of beans, and they actually had $1 million in cold, hard American cash.
And did you have a gun with you?
Yes, I did. I was in the Army as a dispersing officer, and I had a .45 strapped to my side.
Have you ever had anything else strapped to your side?
Some mustard plaster.
Well, there's worse things than that to be stuck with, you know. Now, tell me, Bouncer, in your job, does anything unusual ever happen?
Oh, not a great deal.
How much do you charge for a dance at your...
12 cents a minute.
Why are your dances only a minute long?
Well, we can give the people more for the money and give them more dancing.
That's a fairly shifty answer there.
I'm a Scotchman.
You get a faster turnover, is that it?
Faster turnover, it is. Yes, sir.
They must turn over like a propeller in your place. Now, do these people pop in just to dance for 1 minute? Or...
Some come in and sit around night after night, and all they do is dance the free dances.
What night are the free dances? What do they talk about, the ones that don't dance?
They talk about general subjects, not what you think.
How do you know what I'm thinking? How many fights do you have to stop in a night on an average?
Since I've been with Roseland for the last 20 years, we've never had a fight in the place.
Well, what do they do, go out in the alley and slug each other?
I worked in a place one time where we had to close on Sundays to pump the blood out of the cellar.
You don't happen to remember what they did with the old blood, do you? Well, you two make an extremely interesting couple, and we're happy to have you with us tonight. You're both experts on figures. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to try for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question.
Just a week ago, the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America introduced the brilliant new DeSoto, the finest car that has ever borne the name DeSoto. It's a completely new model from bumper to bumper. From its beautiful new front grille to its wider rear end, here is the car that is styled for comfort as well as beauty. Every detail from DeSoto's rear window, which was made bigger and lower to provide greater visibility, to its smartly styled new steering wheel, from its bigger, softer pedal action brakes, to its beautiful new fenders that permit easier changing of tires, here truly is a new car in every sense of the word. A car bringing you richness of line that your family will boast of for many months to come. Economy of operation that your pocketbook will appreciate. Drive this great new DeSoto just once, and you'll thrill to it as thousands already have. Your DeSoto Plymouth dealer will arrange to have you drive it at your convenience.
Now, let's see if a bookkeeper and a bouncer will get the chance at the $1,000. Send them and tell them the rules of You Bet Your Life.
Each of our three couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question at the end of the show. Our other 2 couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's happening out here.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected famous dates in United States history as your category. Here's your first question. You have $20. How much will you bet?
$3.
No, let's make it 10.
Here's a fellow lived at a racetrack, huh?
He said make it 10.
Make it 10. Is that okay
make
with you,
10
Bill?
Is fine.
Okay. What happened on October 12th, 1492?
Columbus discovered America.
You said it right on the nose, Bill.
And we're off to a great start, Groucho, with $30.
Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. How much of the $30 will you bet?
20.
Not $20, no. Make it 15. Make it $20 on all right.
What happened on December 7th, 1941?
That's a Pearl Harbor.
That's right. Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor.
They're climbing. They have $50.
You're climbing. You got 50 smackers. Here's your third question. How much of the 50 are you going to go for?
Well, we take, this time we'll plunge a little. We bet $35.
So, you're going to bet $35. Okay, all right. What happened September 2nd, 1945?
Was it VJ Day?
VJ Day?
You agree with that?
Yes,
you
I
agree
do.
with that? Well, that's right.
Now they have $85, Groucho.
Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 85 will you risk?
Let's try 75.
$75.
What far-reaching event happened on October 24th, 1929?
The crash.
The crash is right.
And they wind up with a grand total of $160.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, don't run away. You still might be high tonight and get a crack at the big question.
Groucho, the secret word is still spoon.
I know that, George.
Perhaps our next couple will say it, too. Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a chiropodist, Dr. Theodore Dale, and his partner is a housewife, Mrs. Sue Prosen. And here they are, folks. Meet Groucho Marx.
All right, welcome, kids. Welcome to You Bet Your Life. And if one of you says the secret word, he wins $100 instantly. It's a common word, something you find around the house. A chiropodist and a housewife, eh? Doc Dale, is that the way?
That's correct.
What kind of a name is that? Is that Swiss?
Well, it's leftover Piccadilly.
I had some leftover Piccadilly tonight. That isn't my name. What do you mean, leftover Piccadilly? It's English?
Way back, the family's name was Piccadilly, and this was left of it.
Where you from, Doc?
Redondo Beach, California.
Mm-hmm. Mrs. Sue Prosen?
Mm-hmm.
Where are you from, Sue?
Boston.
You're married?
Yes.
What does your husband do for a living?
Building contractor.
How did you meet your husband?
My mother wanted to borrow a hammer.
Your mother went to borrow a hammer?
Uh-huh. And she borrowed it from a friend, and he had a son, only I didn't know he had a son.
Who had a son, the hammer?
No, it's very simple, really. The friend had a hammer.
And that's how you nailed him?
Yes. He came over and brought the hammer, and I wanted to get a dog. And when I wanted to get a dog, and when
Instead of a hammer, you mean?
Well, she wanted the hammer. I didn't.
Oh.
But when I saw this guy drive up, and he didn't have a very nice car, and I thought, well, I could ask him to take me for the dog because my boyfriend had a new car, and I couldn't ask him to take me for the dog.
Why?
Because he wouldn't let a puppy in his car. Well, when we got home, the landlady met us at the apartment, and she said, you can't have a dog here.
Just a hammer, huh?
So, very simple, really. He took the dog home with him. And on the way home, he said, if you married me, you could have me and the dog. And I said, well, for the dog's sake, I'd think about it. But it took the family 2 months to arrange the wedding.
Had no place to put the dog, I suppose.
No, I didn't want it. But we didn't get the dog. It got lost.
Tell me, I want to ask you one question. What happened to this first schlemiel that you were going with?
Still around.
The one with this brand new car that wouldn't let any livestock in it. What happened to him, huh?
He still got the car.
Still got the car, and that's all, huh?
Mm-hmm.
And you've got a hammer and a dog and a husband?
No dog.
No
just
dog.
a cat.
Now you got a cat? Kids, too?
Yes, 2 of them.
2 kids. And only 1 cat, huh? You ought to try to get another cat, huh?
Cat to worry about.
Either that or do away with one of the kids. Doc, how did you meet your wife? Did you have a hammer in your hand at the time?
Oh, no, but I had a...
Was she going around with some foot pad and you rubbed her out? What happened?
Well, I was, as a student...
I'll call you Piccadilly, yeah?
Piccadilly.
Piccadilly, yeah? I picked a dilly one night. Well, anyway...
I was a student at the foot clinics of New York, and my wife was a patient. And she was kind of cute at the time, and
she'll appreciate the way you qualified that compliment.
Well, I suggested that being that she had so much trouble with her feet...
Did you write her any footnotes? Or
No. And out of that time...
Well, up to this time, you'd just seen her feet, is that right?
That's right.
Maybe that's the way it should be. Most fellas, they go around looking at a girl's face, you know. Maybe so they examine their feet because in most cases, their feet are not made up. You know what you're getting, anyway. You two have 2 of the most romantic stories I've ever heard. A pussycat in an old car and a foot doctor. Now, tell me, Hotfoot, how did you... How did you happen to become a chiropodist? Were you at the foot of your class in school? Or?
Well, I started at the foot and thought in this profession I might work my way up.
Mm-hmm. You were eventually going to become a dentist? Is that
become successful.
Oh, I see. Why do so many people have foot trouble?
A lot of it's traced back to childhood. And very few parents will take the trouble to take their children to have their feet examined, and you find that 60% of children have foot trouble.
Well, what kind of feet do you treat?
Any kind.
Any kind of feet? I wish you'd come over to my house. My piano is getting pigeon-toed. Well, what's the chief reason that people come to your office?
Their feet hurt.
Well, you ask a silly question, you get a silly answer. I knew if I talked to a chiropodist, sooner or later I'd put my foot in it. You mean people have trouble with their dogs, is that it?
That's right.
And you take care of their dogs?
I sure do.
Well, then actually you're a veterinarian, huh?
No, I'm a chiropodist.
What's the matter, Doc? Didn't you like that joke?
Oh, I thought, well, it's corny.
What was that?
Corny.
Corny joke. Well, you ought to know. You're an expert on corns. What are the most common foot ailments?
Well, the most common we'd say would be halome male, halome durum, and halome
male, yeah? Hello, my Molly. Hello, my daddy. Why, Joseph Howard sang that, and I wonder who's kissing her now, huh? You mean that's a foot disease? By the way, Doc, my wife's foot hurt quite a bit this morning. Could you suggest anything that might help?
Well, if you tell me where it hurts.
Well, it hurts in the seat of my pants. That's why she... I tricked you into that one. Well, you made a very interesting and instructive team, and we enjoyed having you here. Now, you're going to have a chance to make money hand over foot, Doc. You're going to play You Bet Your Life. All you got to do is run your $20 and the more than the other couples, and you get a chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question later on. Fenneman's offstage to remind our listeners how much the first couple won.
The accountant and the ballroom bouncer won $160.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected bowl games, B-O-W-L. Now you got $20. How much are you going to try?
10.
Talk right up into the microphone. Because over 300 people are listening here tonight. All right. In what city is the Sugar Bowl game played?
Sugar Bowl, New Orleans.
In New Orleans is right.
And we're on the way with $30, Groucho.
See how easy it is? Now you got $30. Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. Now, how much of the 30 are you going to risk?
20.
Where is the Orange Bowl game played?
Miami, Florida.
Miami is right.
And now they have $50.
Now you got 50. Here's your third question. How much of the 50 are you going to try?
30.
$30. In what city is the Shrine East-West game played?
San Francisco.
San Francisco is on the nose.
They're climbing now. They have $80.
All right, you're steaming right ahead now. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 80 are you going to risk? Talk up. Talk right up. Into the microphone.
She wants to bet 60.
She wants to bet 60. And how much do you want to bet?
I'd rather bet the whole 80.
You would, huh?
Okay.
You want to go whole hog? You're going for $80. In what island city is the Pineapple Bowl played?
And Honolulu.
Honolulu is right.
And they wind up with $160.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, pretty soon we're going to know who's going to earn the chance at the $1,000 question. George, who's ahead so far?
Well, nobody's ahead so far.
Nobody's ahead so far.
Both the first couples have $160.
You mean they're neck and neck?
They're neck and neck.
Well, let's hope they don't do any neck and neck in here, huh?
And let's not forget that the DeSoto Plymouth secret word is still spoon. Say, Groucho, we have a surprise for you. Our final couple is an Irish war bride and her husband. And here they are, Mr. and Mrs. Wysowski. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers, youngsters. And if you say the secret word, you win $100 in cash instantly. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Mrs. Wysowski, you're an Irish bride?
Yes.
Wysowski, you're one of the Notre Dame Irish. Safe and begotten Barry Fitzgerald. Sure, and it's a fine thing to be after having you here with us here tonight. Huh? How's my brogue?
Oh, they don't talk that way where I come from.
They also don't talk that way where I come from. Well, I must admit my brogue's a little rusty. Last night I had an Irish stew and somebody dropped a hot tamale in it. Joe Wysowski, huh?
That's right.
What sort of work do you do, Joe?
I'm a mechanic with Lockheed Aircraft.
Lockheed Aircraft? What part of Ireland are you from, Joe?
Kewanee.
Kewanee, Illinois?
That's correct.
And what part of Ireland are you from, Phyllis?
Belfast.
Belfast. How long since you've been in Belfast?
About 5 years.
You have no discernible brogue at all, do you?
We don't talk the same way as they do in the South.
In the south of Ireland? How long have you been an Irish war bride, Phyllis?
Well, we were married the day after St. Patrick's Day in 1945.
Do you have any little Irish males at home?
No, I haven't.
Have you? Joe, me lad, how long have you been married?
I got married when Phyllis did.
What were you doing in Ireland then?
Well, I was an aircraft mechanic for Lockheed.
In Ireland?
Yes.
When you were courting Phyllis over in Ireland, where did you take her, Joe?
Well, we went for an occasional walk, just show once in a while.
Well, now that you're an old married couple, where do you take her now for excitement? I think that's the look that won her, That was a real Barry Fitzgerald look, wasn't it? Where do you take her now that you're married, Joe? Don't sneak out of this. I want an answer.
Well, we still go for the occasional walk and the show once in a while.
Say, you're in a rut, aren't you? Now, before you met Joe here, how many nice Irish bucks were you engaged to, Phyllis?
None. I was too young.
In Ireland, the girls don't get engaged, I suppose, until they're around 23, 24. Eh?
That's right.
And how long do the engagements usually last?
Oh, about 3 or 4 years.
Takes 4 years for a boy and girl to get acquainted in Ireland? It's obvious they don't have drive-in theaters over there. Over here, they have 10-minute intermissions at the drive-in so the kids can get married. Have you ever kissed the Blarney Stone, Phyllis?
No, that's in the South.
Well, since you never kissed the Blarney Stone, would you tell me how old you are?
27.
Are you sure you haven't kissed the Blarney Stone? How old are you, Joe?
I'm 35.
Phyllis, how old do you think I am? And no flattery now.
Oh, I'd say about 40.
Are you sure there's no Blarney Stone in the north of Ireland? If you were a pinball machine right now, you'd light up and say tilt. Joe, you look a little more practical. How old do you think I am?
Oh, I'd say you're going on 50.
No, I'm going on penicillin. I grow my own, too. I scrape it off old moldy jokes. Well, you each made a pretty close guess, 40 and 50. That's 90. That's about right. Well, this has been inspiring having you here tonight, Aaron Gobra, as we Celts always say. Now, you're going to play the DeSoto Plymouth game, you bet your life. If you beat our other two couples, you'll get a crack at the $1,000 question. I can't tell you how much they won, but George is off stage to remind our listeners.
The first two couples are tied with $160 each.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected capitals of states as your category. Is that correct? All right, you've got $20. How much are you going to try?
10.
What is the capital city of Colorado?
Denver.
Denver is correct.
And they're on their way with $30, Groucho.
Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. How much of the 30 are you going to try? Talk right up, Joe.
20.
$20. What is the capital city of Nebraska?
Lincoln.
Lincoln is correct.
They're climbing. They have $50.
All right, you got $50. Here's your third question. How much of the 50 are you going to risk?
40.
$40. What is the capital city of Virginia?
Richmond.
Richmond is right.
They're really on their way now. They have $90.
Well, you're zooming along. You got $90. How much are you going to try?
We'll try 80.
You're going to try $80. What is the capital city of New York?
Albany.
Albany is right.
And they wind up with $170. And that means that the Irish couple get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question. It's new. It's beautifully new. It's packed with value and ready to prove it. Yes, that's the beautiful new Plymouth. Now, more than ever, the car that likes to be compared. Drive it. Give it the toughest test you can think of, uphill and through traffic. Let your DeSoto Plymouth dealer arrange a demonstration ride tomorrow. Then compare. Compare the value in this beautifully new Plymouth with that in other leading low-priced cars. Check the convenience of Plymouth's ignition key starting, the lively power of the high-compression engine, the soft velvet stops of Safeguard hydraulic brakes, the protection of safety rim wheels, and many other exclusive Plymouth features. Yes, check and compare. For beauty, for room, for riding comfort. Now, more than ever, the new Plymouth is the car that likes to be compared. The car that's packed with value and ready to prove it. This beautiful new Plymouth, the American Beauty, is on display at all authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And here's the Irish war bride and her husband, all ready for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question, Groucho.
All right, here we go for $1,000. Ready? I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on one single answer between you, so think carefully and please, no help from the audience. Here it is. The Star-Spangled Banner was written in 1814 and became our official national anthem in 1931. Before the Star-Spangled Banner was written, what song was considered the national anthem of the United States? Okay, what's the answer you two have decided upon?
I'm afraid I can't answer it.
I'm sorry. The correct answer is Hail Columbia. So that means the big question next week will be worth $1,500. Well, you lost the big money, but you won $170 in the quiz. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you.
You Bet Your Life is a John Goodell production, transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Bob Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, You Bet Your Life. Presented by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation. And don't forget, next week's big question will be worth $1,500.
Well, it's time for Bing Crosby, so good night, folks. And remember, just be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Here's a tip from the National Safety Council. It's good to be on time, but it's better to be safe. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Well, sir, our scene is a peaceful one as we enter the small house halfway up the next block now. Mr. and Mrs. Victor Gook and their son, Rush Gook, are spending a quiet evening at home. We find Vic established at the library table playing solitaire, Sade darning gentleman's socks on the Davenport, and Rush reading a storybook in the easy chair. And now a considerable silence is broken.
Oh, darn it.
What's the trouble, Dr. Speech?
I just thought of something.
Don't tell me you left your lighted cigar on the highly polished surface of my dresser.
I was positive I had money matters between Ruthie and me all straightened out. Some stuff popped in my head just now that throws my calculations all out of kilter. Willie.
Uh-huh.
You're not busy. Skip out in the dining room and get me my pocketbook out of the top drawer of the buffet.
Okay. Why, George, this is an interesting story I'm reading.
Oh, it is.
Third Lieutenant Clinton Stanley among the counterfeit and left-handed natives of the Orange Sea, or how pluck and honesty won love, fame, and fortune. Where I'm reading now, it tells about how Third Lieutenant Stanley faced death by drowning and escaped through a secret tunnel.
Hop along after my pocketbook, Sonny.
Oh.
Darn it.
You said that.
No, but it makes a person tired. This trip I was bound and determined I'd keep track of my money. Kept a strict record in my head of exactly what I started out with, exactly what I spent, and exactly what I ended up with. But sitting here just now, a couple items popped in my noodle, and I'm confused as a horse.
I expect you're talking about a shopping expedition with Ruthie.
Yeah, you know how we always do.
Get confused.
Lend each other cash during the course of the afternoon. Make purchases for each other. Buy articles for each other with the understanding the money is to be paid back later, and all this and that till we finally wind up without any notion of where we stand. But today I made a special effort to keep track. I kept tab on every single... Thanks, Willie.
You want me to read you some exciting junk from my book?
I want to talk to Gov a minute. You got a pencil there handy?
You're darn right. I told her what was what that time. Hey, Dog Highness?
Well, take your pencil and a piece of paper and let's itemize this business step by step.
You know, of course, you interrupted my game of solitaire.
According to my figures, when I got home this afternoon, Ruthie and I come out exactly even. I owed her nothing, she owed me nothing. But there's a monkey wrench in machinery someplace. Let's track down the difficulty.
Didn't we go through all this same sort of thing before and end up more in the dark than when we started?
Yeah, but today I kept tabs. Should be very...
You bought a nice shirt and Ruthie paid for it. You and Ruthie each bought. You lent Ruthie a dime and Ruthie paid back a nickel of it. Ruthie got weighed on the weighing machine. The stranger paid on a penny.
Yeah, it is generally that mixed up. Kept tabs. All right, on $4.67.
Okay.
$4.67 represents the amount of money I had in my pocketbook when I locked the house this afternoon and headed for downtown.
$4.67.
I have in my pocketbook now $1.14.
$1.14.
I'll count it again to make sure.
Gov, what does the word grandiloquent mean?
Horse.
You don't know, huh?
It means horse. Grandiloquent is derived from the Greek root grandma and the Portuguese idiom yobo fico si, or in English, I am ill in my tent. Combining the two...
All right, $1.14.
$1.14.
Subtract that from $4.67. The result will be exactly what I spent while I was with Ruthie. Now we'll know where we stand.
Ma'am, what does grandiloquent mean?
I'm busy, Willie.
The whole sense of the sentence I'm reading depends on this one word.
That's nice. You got that all subtracted accurate?
Got it all subtracted accurate.
What's the remainder?
$3.53.
Fine.
Yes, sir.
$3.53 represents the exact sum I spent while I was with Ruthie. Now, write down penny.
Penny.
Each of us bought a stick of gum in at the drugstore on the way downtown. We were on Market Street there, and we...
What's the matter?
Hey.
Huh?
Transaction took place in that darn drugstore I never kept a record of in my noodle. Ruthie bumped into Fred's boss's wife and paid her back a quarter she owed her, but only had a nickel and a dime in change, and I furnished the extra 10 cents.
Very well. So far, Ruthie's in debt to you.
Wait. That's all right. That's perfectly all right. She handed me back my 10 cents there in Kleberger's. Or did she?
I really wouldn't be in a position to throw any considerable light on the subject, not having been present.
She handed me 10 cents, all right, but did that 10 cents represent the 10 cents she owed me from the drugstore transaction, or the 10 cents she borrowed in at Hamilton's when we... No, because we were in Kleberger's before we were in Hamilton's. Let me think a minute.
Go ahead.
Darn it. Let me think a minute.
Gov.
Hey.
Third Lieutenant Stanley is bound and gagged. Can't move his legs. Can't move his arms. All he can do is flex his muscles. What do you think he does?
Buys a ticket for Dubuque, Iowa.
He gets Lady Margaret to put a bullet on his arm. Then he flexes his arm muscle real quick, and that bullet shoots across the river and kills a counterfeit and left-handed native of the Orange Sea. And then, by George...
All right, Vic, I got it all straight in my noodle. You wrote down penny.
Certainly did.
Write down dime.
Dime.
I spent a dime in at Empson's for shoelaces. Empson's was the second place we stopped at. Third place we stopped at was Kleberger's. Ruthie bought garters for Fred. She paid for them out of her own pocketbook, and there wasn't any other transaction.
I seem to recollect you saying a moment ago Ruthie paid you 10 cents in at Kleberger's.
Well, she did, but we don't have to bother with that. See, it all cancels out correct. She borrowed the 10 cents in at the drugstore and paid me back in at Kleberger's. It cancels out an apple pie order. Now, the Hamiltons. Here's where we're going to find the monkey wrench in the machinery. Write down $1.
Girl, did you ever hear of anybody so strong they could lift a gunny sack full of gold?
We're occupied here. Will you save that till later? Write down $1.
I've already done so.
$1 represents what I paid for my wash racks. Write down 3 cents and market money I owe Ruthie. Because I bought a package of hairpins. Oh, wait a minute, I better keep this in order. I bought thread before I bought hairpins. I bought a spool of white thread number 50, price 5 cents. Hey, Ruthie's got that thread.
Is she?
Sure she has. I made my purchase, and while the clerk was wrapping it up, I stepped over to say hello to Miss Wilton there in the underwear, and Ruthie stayed to get my thread and put it in her pocketbook and forgot to give it back. Well, that don't need to change our figures, though. She will give it back. All right, now. I bought 15 cents worth of candy for Ruthie, and Ruthie bought a 25-cent box of fancy-headed pins for me.
Oh, Sandy, kiddo. When you girls go shopping, why don't you keep your purchases separate? No wonder you get yourselves in the labyrinth of high finance and
Well, the candy and pins is simple. I got a record of it tucked away in my noodle. Here's what happened. I run up to the 4th floor in Hamilton's to look at dress material. Ruthie stayed downstairs. While she was looking over the stuff at the different counters, she found these pretty boxes of fancy-headed pins on sale and bought some for herself and me, too. Well, a little later on... Oh, say, Miss Kreider...
What about her?
She enters the picture at this point. She bumped into Ruthie while I was on the 4th floor and asked her to contribute to some church business or other. Ruthie give her a quarter for the 2 of us. Makes me owe Ruthie 12.5 cents, see? Sure. Well, when I got back downstairs, Ruthie told me about the contribution, and I dug in my purse after what I owed her, but only had 9 cents in change. So what's 9 from 12.5? 3?
3.5.
Well, ish on the half. We can forget the half.
Let's do.
Now, where were we?
The slightest
Oh,
idea.
the candy. I bought Ruthie 15 cents worth of candy, and she paid me right off the bat. Paid me 16 cents.
Why'd she do that?
Let's see, why did she? She gave me an extra penny. What was that extra penny for?
Maybe to send some deserving boy to college.
I don't know. I don't know where I stand. Maybe Ruthie owes me money. Maybe I owe Ruthie money. I don't know. It's all a rotten muddle. Darn it. Brush. Wipe off your face. Chocolate or something on your chin. Darn it.
Which concludes another brief interlude at the small house halfway up in the next block.
Hello, Duffy, Tavern. What do you leave me? Deed, Archie, the manager's speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Beautiful night, huh? Yeah, hardly feel like moving. Yes. Wasn't it delightful today? Yes. Yeah, old Sal sure felt great. Yeah, he says the sun helps his arthritis. Today I seen a robin. And this morning, Duffy, I seen the first geranium peeping out from behind the ear of the junk man's horse. That reminds me, Duffy, I got to get some new clothes. Well, the trees is garbed in no leaves, the flowers is garbed in no petals. Everything has no garbage except me. Huh? What? Duffy, on $15 a week, I couldn't even make one end meet. Certainly, when I tell people what I make, they laugh at me. I should be glad I'm bringing happiness into the world, huh? Now, look, Duffy, I'm warning you. There's an old proverb that says you can lead a camel to water, but if you try to make him drink through a straw, you break his neck. Well, this is the last time you're going to make a camel's back out of me. I trust you. Good day, sir. That Duffy, that cheap miser, that dirty Simon McCree. That done great. Eddie, you know something? What? I'm a dope. I ought to go to a doctor and have me head examined.
Well, why'd you do that? The doctor won't find nothing.
No,
not kidding. I'm a dope. A 14-carat sterling silver grade A prime rib on the half-shell dope.
I ain't arguing.
What a sucker I've been. Letting that Duffy work me 16 hours a day, 7 days a week, taking his abuse, letting him treat me like dirt. And for what? A lousy $15 a week.
Oh, why don't you go work some other place?
Well, I would, but I hate the thought of starting at the bottom again. Believe me, I'm through being a sucker. From now on, I'm getting tough.
Oh, tough, huh?
Yep, from now on, it's going to be a complete transfer from Moses. Yes, sir. If you ain't tough, people push you around like a petunia. Even your friend. Good old Arch, he'll do anything for you. Hey, Arch, can you let me have 5 till Tuesday? Hey, Arch, can you let me have 5 till Friday?
Yeah. You lose a lot of nickels that way.
Yeah, but they ain't gonna push me around no more, Eddie. Duffy or nobody. From now on, you're talking to a revolting man. Hello? So it's you, huh? Now listen, Duffy, from now on I ain't worrying no more about yours truly. From now on I'm worrying about my own truly. Now look, Duffy, here it is straight from the shoulder. Duffy, either you either or else. What? Now wait a minute, Duffy. Duffy, you just can't go firing people without malice aforethought. Well, Duffy, let's talk this over. You see, when I said that about the race, I was kind of kidding, and you... Hello? Hello? Well, I guess I told him.
Oh, you're a hard man, Miss Arthur.
Yeah. You know, for the first time in years, his voice started shaking when he called me a bum. I got his number. From now on, I handle everybody the same way. Nobody pushes me around no more.
Hi, Arch.
What do you want, Finnegan?
I just got a letter here. Will you do me a favor and read it for me?
Why don't you read it yourself?
Arch, you know that question always embarrasses me.
Oh, so because you can't read, I gotta read it for you. Let's let Archie do all the dirty work. He's a sweet guy. Let's leave him read everybody.
Hey, Arch, what's the matter? What did I do?
Listen, Finnegan, you might as well know it. I have developed a new attitude towards the human race.
What's that got to do with me?
Your point is well taken. But I can't make no exceptions. I'm through being took advantage of without getting nothing out of it for myself.
But Arch, I just wanted just to read a letter.
Just read a letter, huh? Did it ever occur to you, my good Finnegan, that it cost money for me to be learned the education to which I read this letter by? Do you know how much it cost me, old man, to keep me in school?
How much?
Add it up for yourself. 10 busted windows, 2 stuffed up sinks, a new set of teeth for the principal. Education costs money, and I think I'm entitled to cash in on my knowledge.
Well, Arch, I'm willing to be fair. How much do you want for reading the letter?
After all, would you walk into Einstein and say, Professor Einstein, could I please have a free relativity?
Okay, Arch, okay, I'll pay you. How much you think it's worth?
Well, I don't think it would be overcharging you if I said a quarter.
Miss Archer, I know you're going to turn tough, but you ain't actually going to charge me.
Why not? Should he have free access to me brains? What is this, information, please?
Sounds more like it pays to be ignorant. Charging a man a quarter to read a letter.
Oh, that ain't high, Eddie. Gee, the gas company charges $3 a month just to have a guy read a little meter. Here's your quarter, Rod.
Thank you, sir. Now, hand me the letter, if you please.
Here you are, Rod.
Hey, it's from London. Sedgwick and Sedgwick, barristers, London, England.
What's barristers?
Barristers? Finnegan, please don't ask obvious questions. Let's see. Dear sir, as legal counsel... By the way, barristers means lawyers. As legal counsel for your uncle, Byron Finnegan, of Kimberley, South Africa. Finnegan, you got an uncle in South Africa.
Yeah, my father did have a brother that disappeared, but how would he get to Africa?
Well, if he looked anything like your father, probably Frank Buck took him. To continue, we regret to inform you that your Uncle Byron passed away 2 months ago.
What a fine relative. 2 months ago, and he didn't even let me know.
Well, maybe he was too dead to phone. Anyway, to continue, as you know, your uncle spent most of his life in the diamond field. And in his last will and testament, you have been named as the sole... Finnegan, here's your quarterback. I was only kidding. Let's see. In his last will and testament, you have been named as the sole heir to your uncle's estate, which consists of his highly prized gems from the diamond country, which will arrive in New York very shortly. Holy cat, gems from the diamond country. Finnegan, your uncle has left you all of his diamonds. Daddy, did you hear? Finnegan is a millionaire.
Congratulations, Mr. Finnegan.
Yeah, Finnegan, congratulations.
Oh, boy, a millionaire. Well, fellas, there's only one thing I can say.
What?
It couldn't have happened to a nicer guy. Gee whiz, $1 million worth of diamonds. My uncle sure must have opened a lot of oysters.
Look, Finnegan, you eccentric millionaire. Do you realize what this means? Miss Duffy, Finnegan has become a millionaire.
A millionaire? Oh, don't be silly. How could he afford it?
It happens that he heredited it.
Oh, you mean it's true? Oh. Well, Clifton, I'm really very happy for you. I suppose now you'll pick out some nice girl and get married?
Well,
He will not. He's going to have some fun first. A yacht. He can have a yacht, a mansion.
Archie, a millionaire's mansion can be pretty lonely without a wife.
Yeah, but a yacht can be pretty lonely crowded with one. Oh, no.
Archie, you keep your big mouth out.
I should have done that.
Why don't you, Well, you do it. Now, why don't you speak for yourself, Clifton?
Yeah.
Wouldn't you like a wife?
Well, P-Bug.
You see, he wants to be a playboy. Look, Miss Duffy, the guy's got $1 million. The world is a garden of beautiful dames. Even graze a little.
Okay, let him be a playboy. Let him run around with chorus girls. But in a year, I'll mark your words if he'll have a nickel left.
And what is your solution, Mrs. Anthony?
Well, if he married some nice, decent girl like,
You?
Why not? If he married me, nobody could take his money away from him.
Why not?
Because it would be in my name. Besides, Finnegan should get married anyway.
Why should he?
Because every single man should be married. There should be a law.
Okay, Miss Duffy. Should be a law. Now write your congressman a letter and ask him to marry you. Now, please, if you will excuse me.
Hey, I'll see.
Oh, I see you're busy.
Oh, come here, Mr. Ward. I'm anxious to be interrupted. Miss Duffy, this is Perry Ward. He's taking Jack Bailey's place.
How do you do?
Likewise, I'm sure.
I wonder where my good old pal Finnegan is, Eddie.
He stepped out for a minute. Good old pal.
And why the guffoon?
Hey, you was gonna be so tough. You treated Finnegan like dirt till you found out it was pay dirt.
Listen, Eddie, I'm still plenty tough, but you want me to be tough with a sweet guy like Finnegan?
It couldn't be that you was planning to appropriate some of that million.
Appropriate?
Yeah, F-T-E-A-L, appropriate.
You don't even know how to spell. Now look, Eddie. Finnegan is a friend of mine, and I think it is only proper and fitting that I should help him with his investments. I think it would be nice if we found some business-like deal we could go into together. His money, my brains.
Sounds business-like. Assets, liabilities. Well, what you going to invest in?
Well, I ain't decided yet. Oh, well, here's our little millionaire back now. Finnegan, how does it feel to be rich?
Oh, I don't know if I like it, Arch. Already people are starting to overcharge me.
Yeah?
Yeah. When I was poor, I always used to pay a nickel for lollipops. Now they started to charge me 3 for a dime.
Making an all-day sucker out of you, huh?
Well, good evening, boys.
Say, Archie, is it true what they're saying about Finnegan?
Yep, that's right, Officer Clancy. Finnegan's a millionaire.
Well, rid me of measles and call me Dick Tracy.
Yep. He's filthy with Lucas.
Yeah. Looks like I'm going to have more money than brains.
That you had when you was broke. But I'm glad to hear about your good luck, Finnegan. Have you told your dear parents yet?
No, I'm going to surprise them when the diamonds come. Hey, Arch, when do you think I'll get them?
Be patient, Finnegan. They're coming all the way from South Africa. You know, that's way down on the hem of the spear.
Exactly where is it, South Africa, Arch?
Well, you know where North Africa is?
No.
Do you know where Asia is?
No.
You know where Europe is?
No.
Well, you know where Schimmelbacher's Bakery is?
Oh, of course.
Well, it's around 10,000 miles from there.
Now, Archie. Archie, let me explain it to the lad. You have to be patient and understanding. Now, Clifton, me boy.
Clancy.
Now, listen carefully.
Yes.
Do you know where Ireland is?
Ireland? No.
Stupid idiot.
Hello? Who's this? Finnegan's mother? Oh, Mrs. Finnegan. Yeah, he's here. Well, you better give me the message. The telephone scares him. Huh? What? Okay. Finnegan, the diamonds, they're here.
Oh, boy.
Just got a card that there's a package for you at the post office.
Oh, boy, I'm going right down and get it.
Now, wait, Finnegan. You won't make it. The post office closes in 10 minutes. Wait a minute. Sergeant Maloney's next door and left his pool room and his squad car's parked outside. I could borrow it.
But what if the sergeant comes down?
Oh, he won't. He's arresting a bookie, and he always stays to place a few bets.
Well, go on, Notch.
Finnegan, come back here. Only cops can ride in that car.
Oh.
Well, there he goes. Boy, it's lucky he was here. Well, Finnegan, in a couple of minutes, we're finally going to see them gems from the diamond country. Boy, I can hardly wait.
Well. Good evening. Good evening, gentlemen.
Oh, it's you again, huh, Sir Heathcliff?
None other. Well, Archie, as the man said when he sold the bed to Sir Galahad, isn't this a beautiful spring night?
Look, Sir Heathcliff, but I'm sorry, but tonight I haven't quite got the patience to think of a charming way to tell you that joke stinks. I suppose you came for your dough as per your contract we are stuck with?
That's right. 1 week's salary. $10.
There you are.
Would you like me to do my act tonight?
No, thank you very much.
Yeah, but it seems silly for me not to entertain as long as you're paying me the money.
Well, frankly, we like to think of it as hush money. We'll see you next week. Huh?
Right-ho. Oh, I say, Mr. Finnegan, may I offer you my congratulations? I understand you've inherited $1 million.
Yeah, I have.
That's wonderful.
Well, every little bit helps.
Yes, well, it does.
Yeah.
Now, I was just thinking, as a diamond millionaire, you will be mixing with the aristocracy. Perhaps I could serve you in the capacity of a social counselor.
Now, just a second, Sir Heathcliff, but I happen to be looking after the said same.
You? A social counselor? Oh, preposterous.
Oh, yeah? Preposterous is as preposterous does. You happen to be talking to a man to whom so correct social procedure comes as easy as shooting pool.
Archie, what do you know of the social graces? How would you manage the hundreds of little niceties?
That's easy. Dames is my meat.
Well, what would you do if by some chance Mr. Finnegan were presented at court?
Oh, I'd bail him out.
I mean the courtesan James. Could you tell him how to address the king?
Certainly, Your Majesty.
And the queen?
Your Majesty.
And the same greeting for both.
No, to the queen you tip your hat. Now, Sir Heathcliff, there is one thing I would like to ask you.
What?
What does a high-class Englishman say when he leaves a place?
Why, he bows and says, "Gentlemen, I bid you good day.
And good day to you, Sir Heathcliff. Now blow. Imagine, Finnegan, the crudity of that guy. Trying to chisel in on you when he knows I seen you first.
Sure. Hey, Art, shouldn't Clancy be back with the diamonds?
Not yet, Finnegan. Say, Eddie, look, how about getting Mr. Finnegan something to eat while we're waiting?
Okay.
Just something light. You know, these millionaires got delicate stomachs. What would you like, CF?
Well, how about a hamburger?
I don't know if you want to eat our hamburger.
Why not?
Well, you're a millionaire. Someday you'll have horses of your own.
Art, I must say your help is getting rather impertinent.
Don't worry, Finnegan. Maybe someday you'll have a restaurant of your own and... Wait a minute. A restaurant of your own.
Well, what's on your mind, Art?
Leave me coagulate a minute. Certainly. With your dough, we could open up a joint that'd run that cheap Duffy right out of business. What do you say, Finnegan?
Sounds good, old man, but could you give me a day or two to mull it over?
By all means, CF, mull it in your head. But don't delay too long. This deal may slip through your fingers.
True, but a man in my position has to be cautious. So I didn't become a millionaire overnight by rushing into wildcat schemes.
Well, naturally, CF, I don't expect you to take a poke at a pig. So, I'll tell you what. I'll go into the back room and draw up a preliminary prospectus of the project and present it for your perusal.
Oh, well, that's perfect. In the meantime, I'll be at that table playing tic-tac-toe.
Okay, see you later.
Say, Eddie, Mr. Finnegan's really in his glory.
That man is really jumping.
Seems like a nice fella. Hope all that money doesn't go to his head.
Well, if it does, it'll be pioneering. $1 million.
Eddie, you're not envying him, are you? Why, money isn't everything.
Oh, no?
No, $1 million couldn't stop you from getting a cold.
Well, I wouldn't mind going around sneezing if I had 12 butlers staying till midnight.
What are you doing, Clifton?
Always playing a little tic-tac-toe.
See, you're clever. Did your diamonds come yet?
No, I can't understand what's keeping Clancy to come.
Well, let's hope he gets here soon.
Yeah.
Gee, Clifton, I've been wanting to be alone with you all evening.
Huh?
Alone, do you hear? Alone.
Okay, I can take a hint. I'll go.
Clifton, why do you act so distant? Afraid?
Oh, no.
Oh, you do love me. Clifton, look.
What?
The third finger of my left hand. Don't you think it looks a little bare?
Yeah. A what would go nice there?
Finnegan, you're cute.
Yeah.
You know, you have possibilities. Now that I look at you close, you know something? Your face has features.
Miss Duffy, are you being sincere?
Why, Clifton, whatever do you mean?
Well, it's very funny that last week when I didn't have no money, I also didn't have no features.
Oh, you silly boy. As if I cared about your money. It's not your money I want. It's you. Do you understand, Finnegan? You.
Duffy, what's going on here?
I just can't help it. I love him.
He may be your lovebird, but he's my pigeon. Please, back to the cash register. You know, you better watch out, Finnegan. This is the kind of stuff that can ruin you.
Don't Art, I'm a ruined man.
Why?
I like it.
I know, but the Primrose life don't mix with business, Finnegan. Now, I got the plans here for the restaurant. And what a layout, see? In front, we'll have a big sign with our names on it. Archie's in.
Yeah, Archie's in. Where's my name?
It's there. The INN is right out of the middle of Finnegan.
Oh, Yeah, thanks.
Yeah. Now, here's the floor plan. You see, the place will be shaped like a round rectangle. And the inside will really be modern. Photo-eugenic eye cells on the doors, chromium cuspidors, at each table, of course, an individual flip gun. And right here in the entrance is the big piece of resistance, see? My own idea. 2 shiny wheelbarrows. A new and humane way of ejaculating drunks. A blue one, of course, for the men, and a pink one for the dames.
Oh, boy, what class.
Yep, that's it, Finnegan, class. And on the floor, there will be a thick plush carpet covered with a half an inch of genuine teakwood sawdust. Indirect lights. Concealed mouse holes.
Oh, you don't have to tell me no more, Rock. I'm sold. It's your dig.
Shake on it, CF?
Shake, partner.
Hello? Hello, Duffy, you skunk. Huh? Well, I'm leaving you. Finnegan and me is opening our own restaurant. Duffy, it will avail you nothing to hurl epitaphs. I'm quitting you, and that's final. What?
Hey, Art. Hey, Clancy's here.
Huh?
Clancy's here with the diamond.
He is? Hold the phone, Duffy, you crumb.
Finnegan, here's your diamond. Oh, boy.
Quick, Finnegan, open the package. Oh, no, it couldn't be.
It's your book.
Gems from the Diamond Country. A collection of poems by Byron Finnegan.
Oh.
Finnegan, it looks like you're wiped out.
Oh, Arch. Easy come, easy go.
Hey, Mr. Arch and Mr. Duffy still on the phone.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Hello, Duffy. April Fool. I ain't quitting. Yeah, that was just an April Fool's joke. Well, me watch is slow. Now, look, Duffy, please. Please, Duffy, give me one more chance. Duffy, please. I promise I'll never leave you again. Oh, please, will you? You will? Oh, gee, Duffy, thanks. Thanks very much, Mr. Duffy.
What happened?
I'm back to work. Eddie, you see what I mean? You gotta be tough or you get pushed around. Hello, Duffy, Tavern. What do you eat? Meat to eat. Archie, the manager, speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Beautiful night, huh? Yeah, hardly feel like moving. Yes. Wasn't it delightful today? Yes. Yeah, old Sal sure felt great. Yeah, he says the sun helps his arthritis. Today I seen a robin. And this morning, Duffy, I seen the first geranium peeping out from behind the ear of the junk man's horse. That reminds me, Duffy, I gotta get some new clothes. Well, the trees is garbed in no leaves, the flowers is garbed in no petals. Everything has no garbage except me. Huh? What? Duffy, on $15 a week, I couldn't even make one end meet. Certainly, when I tell people what I make, they laugh at me. I should be glad I'm bringing happiness into the world, huh? Now, look, Duffy, I'm warning you. There's an old proverb that says you can lead a camel to water, but if you try to make him drink through a straw, you break his neck. Well, this is the last time you're going to make a camel's back out of me. I trust you. Good day, sir. That Duffy, that cheap miser, that dirty Simon McCree. That done great. Eddie, you know something?
What?
I'm a dope. I ought to go to a doctor and have me head examined.
Well, why'd you do that? The doctor won't find nothing.
I'm not kidding. I'm a dope. A 14-carat sterling silver grade A prime rib on a half-shell dope.
I ain't arguing.
What a sucker I've been. Letting that Duffy work me 16 hours a day, 7 days a week, taking his abuse, letting him treat me like dirt. And for what? A lousy $15 a week.
Oh, why don't you go work some other place?
Well, I would, but I hate the thought of starting at the bottom again. Well, believe me, I'm through being a sucker. From now on, I'm getting tough.
Oh, tough, huh?
Yep, from now on, it's going to be a complete transfer from Moses. Yes, sir. If you ain't tough, people push you around like a petunia. Even your friend. Good old Arch. He'll do anything for you. Hey, Arch, can you let me have 5 till Tuesday? Hey, Arch, can you let me have 5 till Friday?
Yeah. You lose a lot of nickels that way.
Yeah, but they ain't gonna push me around no more, Eddie. Duffy or nobody. From now on, you're talking to a revolting man. Hello? So it's you, huh? Now listen, Duffy, from now on I ain't worrying no more about yours truly. From now on I'm worrying about my own truly. Now look, Duffy, here it is straight from the shoulder. Duffy, either you either or else. What? Now wait a minute, Duffy. Duffy, you just can't go firing people without malice aforethought. Well, Duffy, let's talk this over. You see, when I said that about the race, I was kind of kidding, and you... Hello? Hello? Well, I guess I told him.
Oh, you're a hard man, Miss Arthur.
Yeah. You know, for the first time in years, his voice started shaking when he called me a bum. I got his number. From now on, I handle everybody the same way. Nobody pushes me around no more.
Hi, Arch.
What do you want, Finnegan?
I just got a letter here. Will you do me a favor and read it for me?
Why don't you read it yourself?
Arch, you know that question always embarrasses me.
Oh, so because you can't read, I gotta read it for you. Let's let Archie do all the dirty work. He's a sweet guy. Let's leave him read everybody.
Hey, Arch, what's the matter? What did I do?
Listen, Finnegan, you might as well know it. I have developed a new attitude towards the human race.
What's that got to do with me?
Your point is well taken. But I can't make no exceptions. I'm through being took advantage of without getting nothing out of it for myself.
But Arch, I just wanted you to read a letter.
Just read a letter, huh? Did it ever occur to you, my good Finnegan, that it cost money for me to be learned the education to which I read this letter by? Do you know how much it cost me, old man, to keep me in school?
How much?
Add it up for yourself. 10 busted windows, 2 stuffed up sinks, a new set of teeth for the principal. Education costs money, and I think I'm entitled to cash in on my knowledge.
Well, Arch, I'm willing to be fair. How much do you want for reading the letter?
After all, would you walk into Einstein and say, Professor Einstein, could I please have a free relativity?
Okay, Arch, okay, I'll pay you. How much you think it's worth?
Well, I don't think it would be overcharging you if I said a quarter.
Miss Archer, now I know you're going to turn tough, but you ain't actually going to charge me.
Why not? Should he have free access to me brains? What is this, information, please?
Sounds more like it pays to be ignorant. Charging a man a quarter to read a letter.
Oh, that ain't high, Eddie. Gee, the gas company charges $3 a month just to have a guy read a little meter. Here's your quarter, Rod.
Well, thank you, sir. Now, hand me the letter, if you please.
Here you are, Rod.
Hey, it's from London. Sedgwick and Sedgwick, barristers, London, England.
What's barristers?
Barristers? Finnegan, please don't ask obvious questions. Let's see. Dear sir, as legal counsel... By the way, barristers means lawyers. As legal counsel for your uncle, Byron Finnegan, of Kimberley, South Africa... Finnegan, you got an uncle in South Africa.
Yeah, my father did have a brother that disappeared, but how would he get to Africa?
Well, if he looked anything like your father, probably Frank Buck took him. To continue, we regret to inform you that your Uncle Byron passed away 2 months ago.
What a fine relative. 2 months ago, and he didn't even let me know.
Well, maybe he was too dead to phone. Anyway, to continue, as you know, your uncle spent most of his life in the diamond field. And in his last will and testament, you have been named as the sole... Finnegan, hit you. Quarterback. I was only kidding. Let's see. In his last will and testament, you have been named as the sole heir to your uncle's estate, which consists of his highly prized gems from the diamond country, which will arrive in New York very shortly. Holy cat, gems from the diamond country. Finnegan, your uncle has left you all of his diamonds. Daddy, did you hear? Finnegan is a millionaire.
Congratulations, Mr. Finnegan.
Yeah, Finnegan, congratulations.
Oh, boy, a millionaire. Well, fellas, there's only one thing I can say.
What?
It couldn't have happened to a nicer guy. Hey, Chris, $1 million worth of diamonds. My uncle sure must have opened a lot of oysters.
Look, Finnegan, you eccentric millionaire. Do you realize what this means? Miss Duffy, Finnegan has become a millionaire.
A millionaire? Oh, don't be silly. How could he afford it?
It happens that he heredited it.
Oh, you mean it's true? Oh. Well, Clifton, I'm really very happy for you. I suppose now you'll pick out some nice girl and get married?
Well,
He will not. He's going to have some fun first. A yacht. He can have a yacht, a mansion.
Archie, a millionaire's mansion can be pretty lonely without a wife.
Yeah, but a yacht can be pretty lonely crowded with one. Oh, no.
Archie, you keep your big mouth out.
I should have done that.
Why don't you, Well, you do it. Now, why don't you speak for yourself, Clifton?
Yeah.
Wouldn't you like a wife?
Well, P-Bug.
You see, he wants to be a playboy. Look, Miss Duffy, the guy's got $1 million. The world is a garden of beautiful dames. Even graze a little.
Okay, let him be a playboy. Let him run around with chorus girls. But in a year, I'll mark your words if he'll have a nickel left.
And what is your solution, Mrs. Anthony?
Well, if he married some nice, decent girl like,
You?
Why not? If he married me, nobody could take his money away from him.
Why not?
Because it would be in my name. Besides, Finnegan should get married anyway.
Why should he?
Because every single man should be married. There should be a law.
Okay, Miss Duffy. Should be a law. Now write your congressman a letter and ask him to marry you. Now, please, if you will excuse me.
Hey, I'll see.
Oh, I see you're busy.
Oh, come here, Mr. Ward. I'm anxious to be interrupted. Miss Duffy, this is Perry Ward. He's taking Jack Bailey's place.
How do you do?
Likewise, I'm sure.
I wonder where my good old pal Finnegan is, Eddie.
He stepped out for a minute. Good old pal.
And why the guffoon?
Hey, you was gonna be so tough. You treated Finnegan like dirt till you found out it was pay dirt.
Listen, Eddie, I'm still plenty tough, but you want me to be tough with a sweet guy like Finnegan?
It couldn't be that you was planning to appropriate some of that million.
Appropriate?
Yeah, F-T-E-A-L, appropriate.
You don't even know how to spell. Now look, Eddie. Finnegan is a friend of mine, and I think it is only proper and fitting that I should help him with his investments. I think it would be nice if we found some business-like deal we could go into together. His money, my brains.
Sounds business-like. Assets, liabilities. Well, what you going to invest in?
Well, I ain't decided yet. Oh, well, here's our little millionaire back now. Finnegan, how does it feel to be rich?
Well, I don't know if I like it, Arch. Already people are starting to overcharge me.
Yeah?
Yeah. When I was poor, I always used to pay a nickel for lollipops. Now they started to charge me 3 for a dime.
Making an all-day sucker out of you, huh?
Good evening, boys. Say, Archie, is it true what they're saying about Finnegan?
Yep, that's right, Officer Clancy. Finnegan's a millionaire.
Well, rid me of measles and call me Dick Tracy.
Yep. He's filthy with Lucas.
Yeah,
Yeah. Looks like I'm going to have more money than brains.
That you had when you was broke. But I'm glad to hear about your good luck, Finnegan. Have you told your dear parents yet?
No, I'm going to surprise them when the diamonds come. Hey, Arch, when do you think I'll get them?
Be patient, Finnegan. They're coming all the way from South Africa. You know, that's the way down on the hemisphere.
Exactly where is it, South Africa, Arch?
Well, you know where North Africa is?
No.
Do you know where Asia is?
No.
You know where Europe is?
No.
Well, you know where Schimmelbacher's Bakery is?
Oh, of course.
Well, it's around 10,000 miles from there.
Now, Archie, let me explain it to the lad. You have to be patient and understanding. Now, Clifton, me boy.
Yeah, Clifton.
Now, listen carefully.
Yes.
Do you know where Ireland is?
Ireland? No.
Stupid idiot.
Hello? Who's this? Finnegan's mother? Oh, Mrs. Finnegan. Yeah, he's here. Well, you better give me the message. The telephone scares him. Huh? What? Okay. Finnegan, the diamonds, they're here.
Oh, boy.
Just got a card that there's a package for you at the post office.
Oh, boy, I'm going right down and get it.
Now, wait, Finnegan, you won't make it. The post office closes in 10 minutes. Wait a minute. Sergeant Maloney's next door and left his pool room and his squad car's parked outside. I could borrow it.
But what if the sergeant comes down?
Oh, he won't. He's arresting a bookie, and he always stays to place a few bets.
Well, go on, Notch.
Finnegan, come back here. Only cops can ride in that car.
Oh.
Well, there he goes. Boy, it's lucky he was here. Well, Finnegan, in a couple of minutes, we're finally going to see them gems from the diamond country. Boy, I can hardly wait.
Well. Good evening. Good evening, gentlemen.
Oh, it's you again, huh, Sir Heathcliff?
None other. Well, Archie, as the man said when he sold the bed to Galahad, isn't this a beautiful spring night?
Look, Sir Heathcliff, but I'm sorry, but tonight I haven't quite got the patience to think of a charming way to tell you that joke stinks. I suppose you came for your dough as per your contract we are stuck with?
That's right. 1 week's salary. $10.
There you are.
Would you like me to do my act tonight?
No, thank you very much.
Yeah, but it seems silly for me not to entertain as long as you're paying me the money.
Well, frankly, we like to think of it as hush money. We'll see you next week. Huh?
Right-ho. Oh, I say, Mr. Finnegan, may I offer you my congratulations? I understand you've inherited $1 million.
Yeah, I have.
That's wonderful.
Well, every little bit helps.
Yes, well, it does.
Yeah.
Now, I was just thinking, as a diamond millionaire, you will be mixing with the aristocracy. Perhaps I could serve you in the capacity of a social counselor.
Now, just a second, Sir Heathcliff, but I happen to be looking after the said same.
You? A social counselor? Oh, preposterous.
Oh, yeah? Preposterous is as preposterous does. You happen to be talking to a man to whom so correct social procedure comes as easy as shooting pool.
Archie, what do you know of the social graces? How would you manage the hundreds of little niceties?
That's easy. Dames is my meat.
Well, what would you do if by some chance Mr. Finnegan were presented at court?
Oh, I'd bail him out?
I mean the courtesan James. Could you tell him how to address the king?
Certainly, Your Majesty.
And the queen?
Your Majesty.
And the same greeting for both.
No, to the queen you tip your hat. Now, Sir Heathcliff, there is one thing I would like to ask you.
What?
What does a high-class Englishman say when he leaves a place?
Why, he bows and says, "Gentlemen, I bid you good day."
And good day to you, Sir Heathcliff. Now blow. Imagine, Finnegan, the crudity of that guy. Trying to chisel in on you when he knows I seen you first.
Sure. Hey, Art, shouldn't Clancy be back with the diamonds?
Not yet, Finnegan. Say, Eddie, look, how about getting Mr. Finnegan something to eat while we're waiting?
Okay.
Just something light. You know, these millionaires got delicate stomachs. What would you like, CF?
Well, how about a hamburger?
I don't know if you want to eat our hamburger.
Why not?
Well, you're a millionaire. Someday you'll have horses of your own.
Gosh, I must say your help is getting rather repugnant.
Don't worry, Finnegan. Maybe someday you'll have a restaurant of your own and... Wait a minute. A restaurant of your own.
Well, what's on your mind, Arch?
Leave me coagulate a minute. Certainly. With your dough, we could open up a joint that'd run that cheap Duffy right out of business. What do you say, Finnegan?
Sounds good, old man, but could you give me a day or two to mull it over?
By all means, CF, mull it in your head. But don't delay too long. This deal may slip through your fingers.
True, but a man in my position has to be cautious. So I didn't become a millionaire overnight by rushing into wildcat schemes.
Well, naturally, CF, I don't expect you to take a poke at a pig. So, I'll tell you what. I'll go into the back room and draw up a preliminary prospectus of the project and present it for your perusal.
Oh, well, that's perfect. In the meantime, I'll be at that table playing tic-tac-toe.
Okay, see you later.
Say, Eddie, Mr. Finnegan's really in his glory.
That man is really jumping.
Seems like a nice fella. Hope all that money doesn't go to his head.
Well, if it does, it'll be pioneering. $1 million.
Eddie, you're not envying him, are you? Why, money isn't everything.
Oh, no?
No, $1 million couldn't stop you from getting a cold.
Well, I wouldn't mind going around sneezing if I had 12 butlers staying till midnight.
What are you doing, Clifton?
Playing a little tic-tac-toe.
See, you're clever. Did your diamonds come yet?
No, I can't understand what's keeping Clancy to come.
Well, let's hope he gets here soon.
Yeah.
Gee, Clifton, I've been wanting to be alone with you all evening.
Huh?
Alone, do you hear? Alone.
Okay, I can take a hint. I'll go.
Clifton, why do you act so distant? Afraid?
Oh, no.
Oh, you do love me. Clifton, look.
What?
The third finger of my left hand. Don't you think it looks a little bare?
Yeah. A what would go nice there?
Finnegan, you're cute.
Yeah.
You know, you have possibilities. Now that I look at you close, you know something? Your face has features.
Miss Duffy, are you being sincere?
Why, Clifton, whatever do you mean?
Well, it's very funny that last week when I didn't have no money, I also didn't have no features.
Oh, you silly boy. As if I cared about your money. It's not your money I want. It's you. Do you understand, Finnegan? You.
Duffy, what's going on here?
I just can't help it. I love him.
He may be your lovebird, but he's my pigeon. Please, back to the cash register. You know, you better watch out, Finnegan. This is the kind of stuff that can ruin you.
Don't Arch, I'm a ruined man.
Why?
I like it.
I know, but the Primrose life don't mix with business, Finnegan. Now, I got the plans here for the restaurant. And what a layout, see? In front, we'll have a big sign with our names on it. Archie's in.
Yeah, Archie's in. Where's my name?
It's there. The I-N-N is right out of the middle of Finnegan.
Oh! Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, now here's the floor plan. You see, the place will be shaped like a round rectangle. And the inside will really be modern. Photo-eugenic eye cells on the doors, chromium cuspidors, at each table, of course, an individual flip gun, And right here in the entrance is the big piece of resistance, see? My own idea. 2 shiny wheelbarrows. A new and humane way of ejaculating drunks. A blue one, of course, for the men, and a pink one for the dames.
Oh, boy, what class.
Yep, that's it, Finnegan, class. And on the floor, there will be a thick plush carpet covered with a half an inch of genuine teakwood sawdust. Indirect lights. Concealed mouse hole.
Oh, you don't have to tell me no more, Roch. I'm sold. It's your dig.
Shake on it, CF?
Shake, partner.
Hello? Hello, Duffy, you skunk. Huh? Well, I'm leaving you. Finnegan and me is opening our own restaurant. Duffy, it will avail you nothing to hurl epitaphs. I'm quitting you, and that's final. What?
Hey, Art. Hey, Clancy's here.
Huh?
Clancy's here with the diamond.
He is? Hold the phone, Duffy, you crumb.
Finnegan, here's your diamond. Oh, boy.
Quick, Finnegan, open the package. Oh, no, it couldn't be.
Hey, it's your book.
Gems from the Diamond Country. A collection of poems by Byron Finnegan.
Oh.
Finnegan, it looks like you're wiped out.
Oh, easy come, easy go.
Hey, Mr. Arch and Mr. Duffy are still on the phone.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Hello, Duffy. April Fool, I ain't quitting. Yeah, that was just an April Fool's joke. Well, me watch is slow. Now, look, Duffy, please. Please, Duffy, give me one more chance. Duffy, please, I promise I'll never leave you again. Oh, please, will you? You will? Oh, gee, Duffy, thanks. Thanks very much, Mr. Duffy.
What happened?
I'm back to work. Eddie, you see what I mean? You gotta be tough or you get pushed around.
It's new. It's amazing. It's Prell, P-R-E-L-L, Procter & Gamble's new Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube. Prell brings you The Life of Riley. Prell, the shampoo that removes unsightly dandruff in as little as 3 minutes and leaves hair radiantly clean, radiantly lovely, presents The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. During the many years they've worked at the Stevenson Aircraft Company, Chester Riley and his friend Jim Gillis have inched their way slowly up the ladder of success until they finally reached the bottom rung. But Riley and Gillis, they're big enough to place the blame for their failure squarely where it belongs, on their boss.
I tell you, Riley, it ain't right. 6 guys this month promoted to desk jobs, and we're still here in the riveting department. Why, damn it, not us? Didn't we put in as much hard work as they did?
Twice as much, Gillis.
Didn't we show as much loyalty as they did?
Twice as much.
Have they got more brains than we got?
Twice as much. When I think of how I slaved for that Stevenson, I don't just do my own work and that's all. I'm worrying about every little detail in this plant. Why, if that time clock on that wall is 1 minute slow, I'm the first one to notice it.
I'm sick of this job, Riley. Believe me, I'd quit right now if I could live without eating.
You could always live on love.
Have you seen my wife? I gotta have food.
Gee, how I wish I had one of those desk jobs.
Yeah, desk jobs. Me too. That's the life. We work on hard benches while Stevenson sleeps in a nice big swivel chair. What's he got that he should sit in a swivel chair?
Whatever he's got, I got more. Well, there's the rest period whistle, Gillis. Let's go for a smoke.
Oh, we ain't got time. We got to take our physical exam over at the plant hospital. Didn't you see the bulletin? Boss has ordered.
What? Again with that physical? What nerve? All year long, he don't even know we're alive. And every 6 months, we got to prove it to him.
Come on, Riley.
Yes, me, it's a waste of time. What do I need a checkup for? I'm healthy.
How do you know?
Well, look at me.
I ain't asking if you're ugly. I'm asking if you're healthy.
I'm in perfect shape. Why, only last week, Digger Odell, the undertaker, saw me working out in the gym, and he said, I wish I had a body like that.
You might think you're healthy, Riley, but when you get to be your age...
What do you mean my age? I'm only 39.
Well, that's the point. When you get close to 40, you begin to slow down. Of course, you don't understand medical science.
I suppose you do, Dr. Gillis, eh?
Well, sure. Let me tell you what keeps you healthy. You see, everybody's got red corpuscles and white corpuscles.
Yeah?
And so long as the red corpuscles keep fighting the white corpuscles, you're okay. But when you get to be your age, any day some smart red corpuscle is liable to say to a white corpuscle, what are we fighting for? Let's be pals. To heck with Riley. That's all, brother.
I don't believe it.
All I say is you're getting soft, Riley. Soft. Your arteries ain't what they used to be.
Oh, go on. I ain't worried. My arteries are as hard as a rock, and they're getting harder every day.
Oh, Mr. Stevenson.
Yeah, what is it, Millie?
Riley will be here as soon as he's through with his physical exam.
Riley? Oh, his promotion, yes. You think he'll work out all right at a desk job?
Oh, I think so. He's very conscientious.
And how's Riley on brains?
Well, he's very conscientious. And he's been here a long time.
Yes, I think he rakes a promotion. And his experience should be just right for... Oh, there you are, Riley. Come in. That'll be all, Millie.
Yes, sir.
Well, Riley, have you any idea why I sent for you?
Honest, boss, I won't do it again.
You won't do what again?
Whatever I did that you're going to bawl me out for?
No, not this time, Riley. This is different. I'm promoting you.
Promoting me?
Mm-hmm.
Me? Are you crazy? I mean...
Oh, now relax, Riley. I'm making you a rivet distribution clerk. And there's a $5 raise goes with it.
Oh, Mr. Stevenson, gee, you're a... And all these years I've been saying that you... I take back everything. You are a human being. Hello, Dumplin'. I'm calling from the plant. Remember I always said that someday the boss would find out what kind of a worker I really was? Well, this morning he finally did.
Oh, Riley, you were fired.
No, I was promoted. A desk job with a $5 raise. I start tomorrow.
Oh, darling, that's wonderful. I'm so proud.
I'll tell you all about it when I get home.
All right, dear. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, wonderful little woman. She deserves a husband like me. I think I'll... hey, Gillis, wait for me.
I'd kind of like to be alone, Riley.
Good, then I'll walk with you. Guess what happened? You know what Stevenson wanted?
I know.
I got promoted to a desk job.
I know all about it.
And you know how much raise I'm getting?
How should I know? I don't go around snooping.
$10.
$5.
I always said the boss was a great guy. You know, Gillis, you shouldn't go around knifing him the way you do. Yes, sir, this proves they pay off on hard work and initiation.
Initiation. Look who they promote. Can't even pronounce the name.
Cheer up, Gillis. Don't be jealous. Remember, I'm your pal. Maybe in a couple of years I'll make you my assistant.
I wouldn't take a job like yours for $1 million. You wasn't promoted. You was kicked upstairs. It was.
What do you mean? I got a desk job, didn't I?
Sure, that's the policy of the plant. When a guy gets so he can't do the work no more, they give him an easy job. Out of pity. That's all it is, charity.
Oh, go on. You're just sore because I got the job.
Face the facts with your face. A, you got a medical checkup. B, the minute it's over, they give you a soft job. C, who had that job before you? Old man Bentley, 73 years old. D, and what's old man Bentley doing now? Waiting to get into the shady side home for the aged. Like they say in geometry, QED. Quit.
No, Gillis, you don't mean that I'm slowing down, that I can't work the way well, you're ribbing me.
Steady, old man.
But it can't be.
Riley, I love you like a brother. Would I lie to you?
But it just ain't possible. Why I feel as strong as I did 10 years ago.
Ain't how you feel that counts. It's what goes on inside with them corpuscles.
Again with those corpuscles. That's a lie. I'm in perfect shape. You're just jealous. I'm as good as I ever was, and I'll prove it.
Hey, where are you going, Riley?
I'm going back to the doctor. He'll tell me I'm okay. You'll see. I'll show you.
What a dope. Him to give a desk job.
Mr. Stevenson's office.
Oh, hello, Millie. Listen, in case Riley should resign from his new job, will you put in a good word for me to the boss?
Who is this?
Gillis, Riley's best friend.
Is that all, Dr. Brady?
That's all, Wilkins. You can go.
Oh, say, Doc, could you tell me...
Where's the doctor? Oh, listen, Doc.
I'll be with you in a moment, Riley.
Yeah,
What were you going to say, Wilkins?
Well, just, how am I, Doc?
Oh, don't worry about a thing, Wilkins. Hey, you're fine. Just fine. Perfect shape. Fine.
Oh, thanks, Doc. Thanks. Goodbye.
Listen, Doc, you examine me
Be with you in a
today.
moment, Riley. Hello, Mr. Stevenson. Dr. Brady. I've just examined that man Wilkins. Yeah, pretty bad, pretty bad. Well, I'd suggest you take him off welding and give him an easy job, something to keep him off his feet. Oh, no, I didn't want to worry him, so I told him he was fine. Goodbye. Now, what was it, Riley?
Doc, I got to know the real truth about my condition. How am I?
Oh, don't worry about a thing, Riley. You're fine. Just fine.
I'm fine. Tell me, Doc, how long have I got to live?
Boy,
a real executive.
And a $5 raise.
Maybe Bob will raise my allowance.
I could use a new long dress. Now, wait a minute. Don't start pestering your father for money. This new job's going to be quite a strain on him.
That's right. He's never done this before. This is brain work.
So I want you children to make things nice and easy for him here at home.
Oh, we will, Mother. The minute he gets home, I'll bring him his slippers.
Yeah, and I'll smoke his pipe.
You will not. And listen, don't say a word about the surprise party.
Surprise party?
Oh, didn't I tell you? Danny Greenberg phoned me. The men at the plant are throwing a surprise party for your father tomorrow night to celebrate his promotion.
Oh, that's wonderful.
And the party's here, so I've got to get your father out of the house.
Hey, here comes Pop.
Oh, now remember, children, make things extra pleasant for him. Oh, hello, you great, big, wonderful man.
Hiya, Pop. We just heard the news.
Congratulations, Daddy.
What for?
On your new job.
Oh, that. Yeah, thanks.
Well, what's the matter, dear? Aren't you pleased?
Oh, sure. I'm very happy.
Well, you sound so... Oh, I guess you're tired.
Oh, here, sit down, Daddy. You do look tired.
Boy, you're beat.
I'm not tired. You hear? I'm not tired. Anybody says I'm tired...
All right. So you're not tired. Now, come on. Dinner's ready. Oh, Junior, dear, please put the chairs around the table.
Well, wait a minute. I always put the chairs around the table.
Well, I know, but let Junior do it. You take it easy, dear.
But I don't want... What are you doing there, Bed?
Slicing the bread.
But I always slice the bread. Hand me that knife.
Oh, no, Daddy, let me. You rest.
Rest. Take it easy. That's all I heard since I got home. Everybody worrying about me.
But they're just trying to be nice, dear.
Well, tell them to stop being nice. I want to be treated like their father, not like a stranger.
Oh, don't be so grouchy. Well, come on, sit down, everybody.
What's for dinner, Mom?
Well, we're having spaghetti, but I got a steak for your father.
Oh, that's good. What kind... Wait a minute. Why should I get a special diet?
Why, it's not a special diet. I went shopping late, and the butcher only had one steak.
But why should I get it?
Oh, gee, Pop, you're the oldest.
That's right, rub it in. Well, I won't eat it.
Oh, what's wrong, Riley?
I won't eat it.
Oh, please eat it, Daddy. That's good for your red corpuscles.
Then I don't want it. My corpuscles are too busy fighting. I don't want them to take time out from me.
Riley, what are you talking about?
I want spaghetti.
Oh, you just don't make sense. Now, you know Spaghetti don't agree with you. You gotta watch your health.
What's the matter with my health? What, am I old or something?
Nobody's saying you're old, but you're not a spring chicken anymore.
Look, Pop, you've even got a gray hair.
A gray hair? Where? Where is it? Where?
Riley, not with the bread knife. Use the scissors. Well, why are you getting so frantic about a gray hair? You got to expect it. After all, you're not as young as you used to be.
Well, who is? I mean, yes, I am. I'm just as young as I ever was, even younger.
All right.
I'm still full of pep. I can do anything I did 20 years ago.
I believe you, but don't try to prove it. I'd hate to see you try one of those flip-flops you used to do outside my house.
Oh, you think I can't? You think I'm too old, huh? Well, I'll show you.
Riley, don't you dare!
I'll show you. Now, watch this. Oh! Oh, my back. Oh.
Jester Riley, have you gone crazy?
Oh, it's happened. Peg, it's happened. They stopped fighting.
What? Who stopped fighting?
My red and white corpuscles. They've turned yellow. Oh, soon you'll help me out. Oh.
We'll hear the second act of The Life of Riley in a moment. Sensational, exciting. That's Prell.
Procter & Gamble's new Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube.
Never before in history has a shampoo made more friends faster than Prell.
And here's 2 good reasons why wonderful Prell makes lasting friends. First, Prell leaves hair more radiant than any soap or soap shampoo.
Second, Prell removes unsightly dandruff in as little as 3 minutes. Examinations by a group of doctors proved it. Even stubborn dandruff was controlled by only 2 Prell shampoos a week.
And that handy Prell tube's a favorite with the whole family. No messy jars, no slippery bottles.
For hair free of unsightly dandruff, hair radiantly shining, get Prell. It's the shampoo to sing about.
P-R-E-L-L, Prell Shampoo. Leaves hair radiant, gleaming bright. Not a bit of dandruff is inside. Comes in a tube, handy too. P-R-E-L-L, Prell Shampoo.
And now back to The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Well, Riley's got the mistaken idea that the boss has given him a soft desk job because he's gotten too old to do hard work. But he's keeping his troubles to himself.
Oh, Mother, there's something I wanted to ask you.
Just a second, Babs. I want to finish reading this letter.
Well, who's it from?
The Shady Side Home for the Aged. Oh, this is wonderful. You know that old Mr. Bentley our welfare league was trying to place in a nice home?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Shady Side finally accepted him.
Oh, that's nice.
Well, for heaven's sake.
What is it, Mother?
Well, listen to this. Ordinarily, this applicant would not be eligible, but in view of the recommendation of his former employer, Carl Stevenson of the Stevenson Aircraft... Well, I didn't know Mr. Bentley once worked for Mr. Stevenson. I must tell your father.
Why did they write to you, Mother?
Well, see, I've been working on the case, and I have to bring Mr. Bentley to the home. Oh, put this over on the desk, will you, dear? I have to answer it.
Mother, don't you think Daddy's been acting very strange since he got that new job?
Well, yes, I guess he's nervous about it. It's only natural.
Oh, he flies off the handle at the least little thing. I hope he behaves himself at that surprise party tonight.
Don't worry. He'll be happy to see how his friends all...
Peg, Well, what's going on here?
Going on?
Yeah.
What? Nothing.
You were talking. What were you talking about?
We were talking about an old man.
Oh, you were talking about me.
You? I was telling Babs about Mr. Bentley.
I don't want to hear anything about him. I want to know what you were saying about me.
Oh, now listen, Riley, you've got to stop this. Your new job's making a nervous wreck out of you. You'll have to do something about it.
You're right. I'm quitting that job.
What? Oh, no, Daddy.
Yes, my head's made up. I'm going back to my old job.
But you waited years for this promotion.
Well, I got my reasons.
What reason?
Well, now I'm sort of an executive, and the gang won't shoot pool with me no more.
That's silly.
Besides, the $5 raise will put me in a higher income tax bracket.
That's even sillier.
Well, it's not even that. People will think they gave me a soft, easy job because I'm getting old. I said people will think I'm getting old. Well, why don't you say that's silly?
Oh, what do you care what people think?
That settles it. I'm going to tell Stevenson he can keep his job.
But, Daddy, you can't not after he gave you a $5 raise and everything. Don't you want to be a success?
No.
But, Daddy...
I said no. This is a free country, and I'm a citizen. And no one is going to take away my privilege of being a failure.
That you, Pop?
Yeah, it's me, son.
Something wrong?
Plenty. I got the meanest boss that ever lived. I told him I don't want no new job, and I wouldn't take a $5 raise.
Honest, Pop? What'd he do?
He raised me $10. Some boss.
Gee, that's wonderful.
Oh, you don't understand, son. You see, where's your mother?
In the kitchen with Babs.
So come in here where they can't hear us.
What's up, Pop?
Son, you see, well, I don't know where to begin. Look, son, every week I give you an allowance, don't I?
Yeah, 40 cents.
Well, what do you do with it?
Well, I spend 30 and save 10.
I'll try and save 15. Soon you may have to support me, and you will have to be the head of the house.
Me? Head of... What's the matter, Pop?
Well, you see, I've gotten old before my time.
Oh, Pop, you're not old. You're only 39 and you're young for your age. Everybody says so.
Yeah, they used to say it. I was very youthful. Like a few weeks ago, I made a speech at the parent-teachers meeting. I heard the principal say that Riley is so infantile. But I aged fast.
Oh, no, you didn't, Pop. You're just as good as you ever were.
Junior, we might as well face it. You saw me yesterday. I was too weak to do the flip-flop. At least if I could have done that,
You can still do it. You were probably nervous on account of Mom watching you.
You think so, Junior?
Well, sure. Oh, come on, try it again.
Gee, if I could... I'll try it.
Atta boy. Oh, wait, I'll move this chair.
Yeah.
Okay, Pop.
Well, here goes. I did it!
Atta boy.
Now I'll do it again. And again.
Yeah, oh, okay, Pop. Don't overdo it.
Yeah, that's enough. Gee, everything looks upside down.
You're still standing on your head.
Oh yeah. Junior, this proves it. I'm still young.
Sure you are.
Gillis, he's just jealous, that's all. And I had my boss all wrong. He really promoted me.
Well, sure.
Hey, I practically insulted him this afternoon. I'd better write him a note apologizing right away. Where's paper and pen?
Well, there should be some on the desk there.
Yeah. Oh, I can never find anything on this desk when I wanted it. It's always piled high with papers.
Well, it's mostly your stuff, Bob. I'll see you later.
Yeah. Oh, look at this mess. An ad from a beauty parlor. That's got nothing to do with me. Myrtle's Girdle Shop. That's got nothing to do with me. Shadyside Home for the Aged. Dear Mrs. Riley, the board has voted favorably. Application for admission. Shadyside Home for the Aged submitted by you. Recommendation by Mr. Stevenson of the Stevenson Aircraft. Oh, that's got nothing to do with me. Now, where's that writing paper? Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what a beautiful day. Home for the Aged. The Sadie shade. She wants to send me away.
Mother, I heard Daddy come in a little while ago.
I know, and his friends will be over at 8 to get set for the party.
Well, then you better get Daddy out of the house. But don't let him catch on.
Leave it to me. He won't suspect a thing. Oh, Riley, dear, get your hat and coat. Well, what's the matter? Why are you looking at me like that?
Where are we going?
Well, I thought we might drop into the Rivoli. There's a picture there I'm dying to see.
Oh, well, that's different. Well, what's the name of the picture?
Well, I don't remember exactly.
You're dying to see a picture. You don't even know what it is.
Well, let's walk by there anyway, huh?
It's a trap. I know where you want to take me.
What are you talking about?
I ain't budging out of this house.
But Riley...
Oh, Peg, I never thought you'd try to do this to me.
Do what?
So what if I'm getting a few gray hairs? Just because there's snow on the roof don't mean the fire's going out in the house.
If you'd only tell me what you're talking about.
You know.
Oh, dear, I hope that isn't... I'll see who it is. Who's there?
It is I, Digby Odell. Friend
Oh, come in, Mr. Odell.
Riley's cronies are waiting around the corner. Is the coast clear?
Oh, no, not yet. I can't do a thing with him. He won't budge.
I'll budge him. I've handled cases like this before.
So he's in there.
You stay here.
I ain't going. You'll have to carry me out.
Please, let's not talk shop.
Oh, it's you, Digger. Go away. You're too early.
Greetings, Riley. You're looking fine. Very natural.
Well, I ain't fine. I'm so upset.
It happens to everyone. Why, only this morning a gang of hoodlums pilfered a sign from a restaurant and hung it on the door of my business establishment. Oh, I was mortified.
Why? Well, what did the sign say?
Special rates for large parties.
Oh, I've got trouble, Digger. My boss promoted me.
I remember my first promotion. I was only a pallbearer at the time. My employer said, Odell, I'm making you head man. I like the way you've been holding your end up.
But this promotion ain't... listen, Digger, would you say that I was getting old?
You old?
Yeah.
Why, that's the most ridiculous. Why, you're still as active as... Why, when I look at you, I... Come with me, Riley.
Come where?
For a nice, slow ride in the country. I have my vehicle outside.
No, thanks. I don't want to ride. I'd rather lie down.
I can arrange that, too.
I ain't going.
Oh, Riley, go with Mr. Odell. I'll go with you.
You as your wife says, man.
Wait a minute. I get it. She put you up to this. Digger, you're trying to trap me, too.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Riley.
And I thought you were a friend of mine, Digger. Well, I'm through. I don't want to have nothing to do with people unless they're on the level.
That's the only kind I deal with.
Oh, Riley, what's this all about?
You know, trying to send your own husband to the old people's home.
What?
I saw this letter here. You can't trick me.
What letter are you... Oh, that one. Oh, Riley. Well, that letter's about old Mr. Bentley.
We're just trying to get you out because we've arranged a surprise party for you. Surprise.
Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. You mean you ain't trying to get rid of me?
Of course not.
I ain't getting old. I'm still young.
As young as ever.
What a revolting development this is.
We'll be back in just a moment. The last word in shampoos. That's Prell, the Radiant Cream Shampoo in a handy tube. Miss Lillian Haas of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, writes Procter & Gamble.
Prell is a revelation to anyone having thick hair like mine. Prell leaves my hair full of life and glossy, too. And no special rinse necessary. Prell's the last word in shampoos.
Friends, one trial, and you'll agree Prell's marvelous for two reasons. Removes unsightly dandruff quickly, leaves hair radiantly beautiful. Yes, you'll sing about
P-R-E-L-L, Pearl Shampoo. Leaves hair radiant, gleaming bright. Not a bit of dandruff is inside. Comes in a tube, handy too. P-R-E-L-L, Pearl Shampoo.
Well, I can't talk anymore. The Dodgers lost today. Good night.
Invite you to join us again next week to hear The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. The Life of Riley is produced and directed by Irving Brecker.
had an hourglass figure. She never did lack a beau. She made her wardrobe seem bigger with wonderful ivory snow.
Ah, wonderful ivory snow. Yes, you can make your wardrobe seem bigger by keeping nice blouses, lingerie, and stockings fresh with ivory snow. And your hands will tell you why ivory snow keeps lovely washables lovely longer. Prove it this week by washing your dishes with ivory snow. When you see how it pampers your hands, you'll know it's extra kind to fine fabrics. There's no other soap like it. Ivory Snow's the only granulated soap that's ivory mild. Makes suds instantly and lukewarm, even in cool water. Ivory Snow is so kind to your hands, you just know it's kind to sheer nylons and dainty lingerie and blouses.
Oh, wonderful ivory snow.
S-N-O-W.
This is Ken Carpenter reminding you that for radiantly clean, lovely hair, get the shampoo in the tube. P-R-E-L-L, Prell Shampoo. And listen again next week when Prell brings you The Life of Riley. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Granny, Abner, I believe that's our ring.
I don't get Lum, I believe you're right.
I'll see. Hello, Jot 'em Down store. This is Lum and Abner.
Now, let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Well, the sad case of Cedrick's blighted love life is still far from being solved. The sage advice of both Lum and Abner, as well as Mousy Gray, has failed to put Cedrick back into the good graces of Clarabelle Seastrunk. And Gomer Bates continues as the number one man in her love life. As we look in on the little community today, we find Abner in the Jot 'em Down store and library. Lum is busy working on his greeting card verses, and Grandpappy Spears is reading at his favorite place at the library table. Listen.
Yeah, for the land's sakes.
What's the matter, Grandpa?
I do know.
Huh?
Steve Lysack won the one-man single-blade National Canoeing Championship in 1936.
Steve Lysack?
Yes, sir. Won the canoeing championship in 1936, according to the almanac.
Well?
One-man single-blade canoe.
Well, did you know that fella, Grandpa?
Huh?
Did you know Steve?
No, I don't believe I ever did, Abner. What sort of a looking fella is he?
Well, how would I know?
Well, you ought to know what your friends look like.
Huh?
How could you ever tell it was him if you didn't know what he looked like?
Grandpap, he ain't no friend of mine.
He ain't?
No, sir.
Well, what don't you like about him?
Well, I like him fine. I just don't know him, that's all.
Don't know him? What'd you bring his name up for, then?
Grandpap, I never brung his name up. You was the one.
For goodness sakes, can't you two hush up for a few minutes and let a fella get some work done? I can't concentrate on these greeting card verses with all this prattle going on.
Well, Grandpap started, Lum. He said that a feller by the name
I know what he said. Just forget it. Scrap the subject.
Well, it was Grandpap's fault, that's what.
Well, listen to this, Abner. Here's something about that friend of yours, Steve Lysack. He won a canoeing championship in 1936. He says right here now.
Lum, I believe that was our ring.
Yeah, I heard it. Granny's, if it ain't one interruption, it's 6 or 7 others. Hello, Jot 'em Down store and library, Edwards and Gray Publishing Company. L. Edwards, president speaking.
And he ain't a friend of mine, Grandpap. I ain't even never met him.
Huh?
Excuse me.
Oh, hello, Luke.
Things I never done.
No, I ain't saw him today. He done what? Well, I do know. Yeah, that does sound sort of serious to me. Well, I'll have a talk with him next time he comes in the store.
Oh, the fella named Steve. But...
Yeah, well, much obliged for telling me, Luke.
Not Lysack.
All right. Goodbye.
What's the matter, Lum? Who was Luke talking about?
Oh, it's Cedrick.
Cedrick?
That boy just ain't himself since Gomer Bates started going with his girl, Clarabelle.
Oh.
It's getting to where it's affecting him serious, I believe.
Well, what has he did now?
Well, Luke said he come in the restaurant there and played the pinball machine once.
Well, he always does that, Lum. He ain't never won nothing on it, though.
Well, that's the curious part. This time he finally won.
Cedrick won?
Yes, sir.
Well,
Won 2 free games.
2?
Finally succeeded in realizing his lifelong ambition.
Well, I do know. Good for Cedrick. I know he's happy.
But he never taken his free games.
Never taken
Just walked out of the restaurant. Never even played 1 free game.
Why, for the land's sakes. I doggy, that boy must be sick or something.
Yeah, love sick more than likely.
Yeah.
But we got to do something to get him and Clarabelle back together again before he throws himself in a mill pond or some such foolish thing as that.
Well, I don't know what we can do, Lum. We've tried might nigh everything I know of to do. We've all given him advice and such as that.
Yeah, I know, but it don't seem to work.
No, you can't get Cedrick to do nothing for himself. Just moons around like a lost calf. His mama says he won't hardly eat nothing at all here lately. Just sits there and looks at his victuals, won't eat them.
That ain't like him.
No. Bounty, he's lost 12 or 10 pounds here late.
Yeah, he's looking poorly, too.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'd love to help him, but, me, I don't know what else to suggest for the boy to do.
We just got to study up something. That's all there are to it.
Yeah, or two.
I never expected Cedrick would take it this way.
Well, he thinks an awful lot of Clarabelle.
Yeah, but to look at him, you'd never think he was a sensitive type.
No, you wouldn't. No. Have you got any ideas, Grandpap?
Huh?
You got any ideas how to get Cedrick and Clarabelle back together? We're feared Cedrick might do something desperate here if we don't get them made up to one another again.
Well, now, let's see. You come to the right feller, all right, for advice.
I did, huh?
Yeah. Come to think of it, Cedric's case is an awful lot like the case of a young feller I used to know.
This ain't the feller that won that canoe race, is it?
No, this feller's name was Ballard Gilroy.
Well,
You recollect him, don't you, Abner?
Ballard Gilroy. No, I don't believe I do, Grandpa.
Oh, sure you do. He's a Cherry Hill boy.
No.
Yeah, second cousin to Virgil B. Breckenridge.
Well.
Used to be the barber over at Odin.
Yeah.
And all his vested relays in South Dakota every winter and went ice skating on the Sox River.
Oh, yeah, you told us about him. I recollect that.
Well, sir, one day Virgil B. Breckenridge.
Well, now, wait a minute, Grandpap. We know about him. What about his cousin, this feller, Ballard Gilroy, whatever his name was, and his love life? That's what you started out to tell us about.
Oh, you heard about that too, huh?
Well, not yet, we ain't. You're just going to tell us about it just now.
Yeah, and for goodness sakes, hurry up, Grandpap. The longer we don't do something, the more I get worrying about Cedrick.
Yeah, me too.
Don't tell him what that boy might do.
No.
Yeah, sir, one day Ballard Gilroy went to the circus and fell in love with a girl in the circus.
He did?
Yeah, the bearded lady.
The bearded lady?
Yes, sir, the bearded lady.
Ah.
Said he fell in love with her because she reminded him of his papa.
Oh, now, Grandpap, I don't believe
It's
that.
the truth, Abner. It's the truth.
Sassy Frass.
All right, you just ask Virgil B. about it sometime. He'll tell you.
Sassy Frass.
Anyway, the circus left town and Ballard had to stay home. But him and the bearded lady started writing letters to one another. Love letters, I reckon.
It is, huh?
Yeah. And then every Christmas they'd give one another Christmas presents. And you know what they give one another?
Well, ain't no telling, I don't reckon.
Razors and shaving soap.
Oh, Grandpa, you're just making that up.
I'm not making it up, no.
You are done it. I can't help but looking at
This
it.
ain't helping us, no. What we got to do is get hold of Cedrick and have a heart-to-heart talk with him.
Yeah, you
Try to get some horse sense into that head of his.
Yeah, that's one too, goodness. Remind him of his papa.
Well, she did.
Whoever heard of it
like
then?
Well, what's wrong with that? Ballard was always a boy that admired and respected his papa, and so natural, when he seen a woman that looked something like his papa, Ballard started admiring. Hey, Chuck, you see what I call Dick Huddleston?
That's a gooder.
He might have saw Cedrick around somewhere or know where he's at.
Who's that, Lum?
Dick Huddleston.
Oh.
Be quiet.
Yeah, yes, good idea. Call
Yeah,
him.
sir, finally Ballard saved up enough money to go to St. Louis. He's going there to meet the bearded ladies, what he's going for.
That was a circus in St. Louis.
Hey, Chuck.
Oh.
Hello? Is that you, Dick? This is Lum Abner.
That's the biggest one you ever.
Yeah, I just wondered if you'd saw Cedrick today. Oh, he was? Huh. A rope?
Oh, my goodness.
Did he look desperate? Appeared like he was in an awful big hurry, huh?
That ain't like Cedrick.
Oh. Well, which way did he head for?
Doggy, I hope we find him before it's too late.
Oh, well, much obliged, Dick. If he happens to come in there again, send him over here right away, will you? Yeah, all right, Dick. Yeah, much obliged. Goodbye. Granny's Abner, we got to work fast now.
How?
Cedrick come in Dick Huddleston's place over there just a little while ago and bought himself a piece of rope.
Doggies, I never thought he'd go this far.
Yes, sir. When Ballard got to St. Louis, he went to the circus.
Grandpap, don't tell us no more about that. Now, we got to find Cedrick
But
here.
it's just getting to the interesting part, Abner. This is when he wins the canoe race. Or no, that was a different time.
Well, what can I do, Lum? You want me to start looking for Cedrick?
Yeah, you go to his place and look out in the garage around the barn there. He might have went there.
Yeah, it's just about where he'd go, yeah.
And when Ballard got to circus, he went into where the sideshow was at, and what do you know? They had a different bearded lady.
Lum, whereabouts is my hat? Have you saw it?
Don't take time to find your hat now.
Oh.
Yes, there was a different bearded lady this time.
Yes.
But this one never reminded Ballard of his papa.
Well, now, what'll I do if I find Cedrick over there, Lum?
This one reminded Ballard of his uncle Roy.
Grandpap, be quiet. I'm trying to ask Lum a question.
Yes, sir. After Ballard got to talking to this new bearded lady, he discovered that it actually was his Uncle Roy. He was just dressed up like a woman.
Doggies, Lum, look out there in the road.
What is it?
It's Cedrick walking right down the middle of the road there. Look at there.
Has he got the rope with him?
Yeah, and there's a bunch of young'uns following him, too.
Oh, my goodness. Hurry up. Run to the door there and holler at him.
Yeah, I'll get him.
Yeah, sir, you're going to knock Ballard over with a feather whenever he discovered that was his Uncle Roy. He was always fond of his Uncle Roy.
Hey, Cedrick, come in here a minute.
I hope he comes in. Is he coming, Abner?
Yeah, he's coming. Hurry up, Cedrick.
Now, be careful now what you say to him.
Yeah.
One wrong word to a sensitive boy like him, and he's liable to strangle himself or something like that.
Oh, yeah, I'll watch it.
Come on, easy about it.
Yeah. Come on in, Cedrick, old boy. Come in.
Hello, Mr. Abner. Hello, Mr. Lum. Hello, Cedric. What you fellas want?
Well, come on in and sit down, Cedric. We wanted to talk to you a few minutes here.
Well, I ain't got much time. I'm in an awful big hurry.
Yeah, well, that's all right. You can take a little time here.
Yeah, maybe you ought to leave that rope with us, Cedric. Oh, no, Mama, I need this rope.
No, you don't now
yes,
either.
Mama, I do, done it. I need it to rope off a place where the folks can stand and watch.
Stand and watch what, Cedric?
Stand and watch me play 2 free games on the pinball machine. I finally beat the doggone thing.
Say, Andy, this gal that's coming up here from the south, you say you ain't seen her since you were 17 years old?
That's right, Amos. She coming up to New York mostly to invest the money her father done left her.
Well, I sure hope she don't take no chances with it.
Rinso presents the Amos and Andy Show. Yes, the makers of Rinso bring you the Amos and Andy Show with their guest tonight, Mr. Raymond Massey. Even as a youth, Andy must have left an indelible impression on the fair sex. A few days ago, he received a letter from a girl he knew when he was about 17 years old, in which she said she was planning a visit to New York and hoped to renew their old friendship. At the moment, Andy is in his office with Amos, and he's recalling old times.
Say, Andy, this gal Muriel Davis that's coming up here from her hometown here, when you expecting to hear?
Well, Amos, I ain't sure. She write me the exact date in a day or so.
So you won't know when she's arriving until you get another letter from her?
No.
Tell me, Andy, you remember what kind of a gal she is?
No, I don't remember her too good, Amos. Don't forget, I ain't seen her since I was 17.
Man.
And on top of that, in those days, I was always running around with about 30 gals at the same time.
30 gals? You must have been some guy, all right.
Oh, well, I was young then.
Yeah.
Now that I was older and settled down and got grown-up ideas, I find that 15 is plenty.
Yeah, I don't know how you get along with so few, lover.
Well, them was the good old days, though, when I was going around with Muriel. I remember I used to buy a bag of gumdrops and go over to her house, and we'd sit on the front porch.
Oh, romantic stuff, huh?
Yeah, then after a while, she'd go inside and turn off the porch light, and we'd be in the dark.
Then what?
I'd eat all the gumdrops. Oh, Amos, I tell you, them was the days.
Well, hello there, Amos. Hello.
Hiya, Kingfish.
Say, Andy, I'd like to speak to you private, confidential, and under your hat.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, well, another big business deal, I guess. Well, I'll be running along, fella.
Yeah, see you later, Amos.
Yeah, well, so long, folks.
So long. What's up, Kingfish?
Brother Andy, I got a big business deal I'm going to let you in on.
Yeah, well, count me in, Kingfish.
Look here, I know where I can sell a mess of furniture for $50.
I is right with you.
I know where I can buy the furniture for $25.
I is your man.
So all we got to do is to raise $25.
Count me out.
Yeah, well, we went through that deal in a hurry, didn't we? Yeah, tell you the truth, Andy, I didn't think it would work out myself. Forget about it.
Yeah, say, Kingfish, what time is it?
It's about 4 o'clock p.m.
Say, I got to get home and get some sleep. I've been up since noon.
Yeah, all right, Andy, let's go. I'll walk with you. Come on.
Yeah. You know, Kingfish, I think that the best thing...
Joe! Hey, Joe!
Oh, Andy, that fella looking at us.
Hey, Joe, wait a second, will you?
Yeah, he's making a mistake. He thinks one of us is somebody named Joe, I guess.
Yeah, what you want, buddy?
Oh, pardon me. I thought you was a pal of mine, a fella named Joe.
Who, me?
Yeah, you look exactly like him.
No, my name is Andrew H. Brown. There's my office right there.
Well, my mistake. Gosh, you're a dead ringer for Joe. Sorry, boy.
Oh, that's all right. That's all right.
Yeah, another fella looked like you, huh, Anna?
Yeah.
Looked like nature done made the same mistake twice, don't it?
I tell you, Joe, this fella Andrew Brown that I running on the street looks exactly like you. You can't tell the difference.
Well, I've heard of people's having doubles. I never knowed I had one, though.
He even got a low voice like yours. Anyway, after he walked down the street, it hit me that we might have an angle there. You know, use him as a fall guy to take a rap for you or something.
This is getting interesting.
So what I done was I ducked in his office. The sap left the door open. Well, I start snooping around in there when the mailman shoves a letter under the slot.
Go on.
I opened the letter, and it's from a gal down south by the name of Muriel Davis that he ain't seen since he was 17. She coming up here to New York to invest some of the money her father done left her. I tell you, Joe, this is a perfect setup.
Getting better all the time. Keep talking, Frank.
Well, on top of everything else, she kind of sweet on this guy Brown. So here's what I figure. She ain't seen him for over 20 years, so you could pass for this fella Brown. Go up and see at the Harlem Plaza Hotel where she says she's stopping. Get lovey-dovey with her, grab the dough, we fades out, and Brown takes the rap.
Frank, I think you got something there. There ain't no chance of Brown coming up to work.
No, I got this letter she written right here with me. He ain't never gonna see it, so he won't even know she's in town.
Well, there's one other thing, too. The police is still on our trails for that grocery store job we pulled. Maybe we better lay low for a while.
Don't be crazy. This is a cinch, Joe.
Okay, Frank, I'll do it. Muriel, this is just like old days.
You know, Andy, this is the fourth date we had since I've been up here in Harlem. And there's still something about you that's a little different from the old Andy I knew.
What's that, honey?
Well, your looks haven't changed much. Maybe it's your voice. I don't know what it is.
Well, a person bound to change a little after 20 years.
Anyway, Andy, I can't tell you how happy I am that we are going to be married.
Yeah. Me too. By the way, that stock I was going to buy for you, did you draw the money from the bank yet?
Yes, I got the $1,500 right here in my purse. There he is, darling.
Fine. I'll take it right along with me and invest it in that stock.
Well, you ain't going already, is your sweetheart?
Yeah, it's getting late, and I got an early appointment. I'll call you tomorrow.
Well, all right. But it's going to seem like a year till I see you again, darling.
Well, it's going to seem longer than that to me.
Here's your hat, Andy.
Thanks, honey.
Goodbye, dear.
So long.
guy is always whistling.
Well, Andy, how's everything getting along with you?
Oh, boy, everything is fine. I was just sitting here in the office thinking. This is the first time since I can remember that I ain't had no worries or trouble. Wait a minute. Hello?
Is this you, Andy?
Yeah, this is Andy. Who's this?
Well, your voice sounds different, Andy. I guess we must have a bad connection. This is Muriel.
Hello. Muriel who?
Muriel who? Only the girl you engaged to.
Hold the phone for a second, will you? Amos, you remember me getting engaged to any girl named Muriel?
Oh, no, Andy. What a man you is.
From now on, I'm going to keep a list of the gals I get engaged to.
Say, that gal that you got the letter from was named Muriel Davis. You wasn't engaged to her, was you?
Not that I knows of. If I was, there's sure been a long engagement, 20 years. Wait a minute. Hello, is this Muriel Davis by any chance?
Why, of course, Andy. I don't understand the way you was acting.
Well, when did you get in town?
Andy, is you out of your head? Tell me, did you buy that stock with that $1,500 I gave you last night?
$1,500? You ain't give me no money. I ain't seen you in 20 years.
Andy Brown, you ain't going to get away with this. I'm going to have you taken care of right away.
Are you Andrew H. Brown?
Yes, sir. Yeah, but I ain't done nothing, officer. Honest, I ain't.
You call making love to a girl and swindling her out of $1,500 nothing? You're under arrest.
Well, wait a minute. That gal is crazy, miss. I didn't take no $1,500 from her. Wait a minute, officer.
Save it. You'll have plenty of chance to talk at the trial. Let's go, Romeo.
Oh, come in, Kingfish.
Yeah, well, how is you, boys?
All right.
We just sitting around here in the office discussing the trial.
Yeah, that sure was a rough day in court, wasn't it?
Yeah, the way the trial's going, fellas, things look bad for Andy, don't they?
Yes, that testimony of Muriel Davis's that the prosecutor done read in court certainly make it look like Andy been up there to see her, all right.
Yeah, well, I can't figure the whole thing out. Andy said that he ain't seen the gal in 20 years. And the prosecutor claims that just a couple of weeks ago, he was up to see her 4 nights in a row.
Yes, there seems to be a wide discrepancy there someplace.
Yeah, he claims that Andy proposed to her and then swindled out of $1,500.
Well, I personally believe Andy. Boys, the newspaper is sure making a lot out of this case, though. As you've been reading it, they calls it the Whistling Swindle case.
Yeah, how come they call it that?
Well, it seems that when the case first broke, this Muriel Davis mentioned something to the newspaper men about Andy always whistling, I'll get by, when he was with her.
Oh, yes, I see. Tell me, how is Andy bearing up under all this? Is he worried?
I say a word. He's just like a halibut waiting for Friday to blow over.
Yes, well, that prosecutor is certainly making it tough for Andy. And they say he ain't lost a case in 10 years.
Yeah, well, we'll know the answer to everything tomorrow's session in court, all right. The trial ought to end up by then.
Oh, yes. They'll have a verdict tomorrow sometime.
Tell me this, Kingfish. How do Andy's friends figure he's going to make out in the trial? As you talk to a lot of them?
Well, Amos, I'll tell you this much. The betting around the pool room is 10-1 that Andy ain't going to hear a wooden door slam for the next 5 years.
The verdict is expected. The court is being called to order as the judge raps for silence.
Could we have quiet, please? In the case of the People versus Andrew H. Brown, the prosecution will please continue. Are you ready, Mr. Massey?
Yes, Your Honor. Before recalling one of the defense's witnesses to the stand, I would like to review the evidence we have so far presented. As the court knows, Miss Muriel Davis was too ill to appear. Therefore, we introduced a photograph of the defendant, Andrew Brown, which Miss Davis, on her sick bed, positively identified as the man to whom she gave the $1,500. We also presented the testimony of 3 employees of the Harlem Plaza Hotel, who swore that the defendant is the man who on 4 successive nights called on Miss Davis in her hotel apartment. This scoundrel Brown...
Objection sustained. Will the clerk strike that last sentence from the record?
The last thing we presented was the written testimony of the victimized woman in the form of a deposition. In this, she vividly described the despicable methods employed by Andrew Brown in cold-bloodedly swindling her out of the $1,500. He made a promise of marriage which he never intended to keep. And now I would like to recall the defense's so-called character witness. Will Mr. George Kingfish Stevens take the stand?
Yeah, sir. Just wait till I slip on my shoes, if you will. I didn't know you were going to call on me again.
Will the witness please hurry?
Doing the best I can, Judge.
Does the witness appreciate that he's in contempt of court?
Yes, appreciate it very much. Thank you, sir. Yeah.
Will you please take the stand?
Yeah, sir, coming right up there.
Mr. Stevens, you will recall that you previously swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
That's right, yes.
Mr. Stevens, you told us earlier that in the many years you have known Andrew Brown, you've been in a great many business ventures together.
Yeah, sir. Me and Brown has done took a few flyers together. Yeah.
And he has always been honest in his business dealings?
Yes, sir. He absolutely honest.
Remember, Stevens, you're under oath?
In that case, you better cross out the word absolutely there.
In other words, you mean that Andrew Brown is the type of man who could make ardent love to a woman and at the same time swindle her out of $1,500?
No, sir. When that boy is making love, his mind ain't on swindling, sir.
Now, isn't it true that some 6 months ago you and the defendant issued and sold stock in a company called the Consolidated Universal Investment Trust?
Objection. Objection overruled. Answer the question, please.
Yeah. Well, we was in a deal, but only for a couple of days. It seemed like all of a sudden a man from the district attorney's office started buying the stock, and we closed up fast. Yeah, so right there.
Tell me, how much did you sell those shares for?
Well, now, as I recall it was 50 cents a share, 2 for 89. That's what the price was.
I wonder if Wall Street ever thought of doing it that way.
I don't know.
Tell me, what were the assets in back of this stock?
You want to know what the assets was? Nobody want to object to that question right there.
Oh, then there were no assets behind that stock.
Well, now, wait a minute, y'all, sir. We had assets. One of them was a big apartment house on Lenox Avenue.
Remember, you're supposed to tell the truth.
Well, it was more of a small apartment house.
The whole truth?
Forget about the apartment house.
All right. What were your assets then?
Well, to tell you the truth, I don't remember them offhand, but they was listed in the books.
Oh, you kept books?
Oh, yes, sir. Yeah.
Are those books available?
Well, I tell you a funny thing about them books. Me and Brown was out on a fishing trip, and we had the books with us.
Remember, you're under oath.
Forget about the fishing trip.
What about the books?
What books?
I thought so.
Say, is there any chance in me taking a whack at this thing without being under oath, mister?
Gentlemen of the jury, intelligent men like you can see it's obvious. That company had no assets. And it's equally obvious that fake stock deals are not exactly unknown to Mr. Brown.
Oh, wait a minute, mister. I didn't say that. Now,
you said enough, Stevens. Come on, step down.
Yeah, sir. Getting down. I get down right.
Gentlemen of the jury, there goes your character witness. Now, the next witness I am going to call to the stand is the defendant, Andrew Brown. I intend to prove conclusively that proposing marriage and then extracting money from his victim is a common practice with this unprincipled scoundrel. Will Mr. Brown take the stand?
Yes, sir.
Right this way, Brown.
Excuse me just a second. Any of you gentlemen in the jury like to try a good cigar? Just happen to have 12 with me.
The defendant will take the stand.
Look, Your Honor, the fellow that took that money was supposed to whistle that song, I'll Get By, all the time. Your Honor, I can't even whistle.
Will you please confine yourself to answering the attorney's question? Will Mr. Massey please get on with the trial?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Brown, this letter here, Will you look at it and tell me if you recognize it as your handwriting?
Yeah, I recognize it as my handwriting. Hey, wait a minute. Where'd you get this letter?
You wrote this letter not to the state's witness, Muriel Davis, but to another girl named Tootsie Madison. I will start from the beginning. Quote, Dearest, darling, sweetest Tootsie.
Wait a minute. Your Honor, could I whisper something in your ear?
Well, this is highly irregular. What is it?
What is that?
If any of Mr. Brown's lady friends are in the courtroom, will they please leave? You may proceed, counsel.
Quote, Dearest, darling, sweetest Tootsie, just a line to tell you that you is the only gal in the world for me.
You see what I mean, Your Honor?
I will continue reading. Quote, Angel, darling, I admit that we hasn't knowed each other very long, but in just them 2 nights I was up at your house for supper, you done cooked your way right into my heart. Honey, that chicken casserole that you fixed was nothing short of true love with gravy on it.
Just a moment. Mr. Brown, may I whisper something in your ear?
Oh, yes, sir, Judge, yes, sir.
By any chance, if there's...
No, Your Honor. She got a job cooking for somebody already.
The state will proceed.
The letter continues, quote, And so, darling, I is asking you to be my lovely, beautiful wife and go down life's highway together in high gear with the brakes off. Unquote. Gentlemen of the jury, did you hear that? Down life's highway together in high gear with the brakes off.
Your Honor, if it ain't too late, I don't recognize that handwriting.
I'm afraid it is a little late for that. Proceed.
Continuing, quote, My only wish in life from now on is to love you, protect you, and take care of you financially for the rest of your days. I can hardly wait for your answer, sweetheart, so I enclose in an envelope addressed back to me. Give me your answer in the language of love. If it's yes, let me know by enclosing $3 in the envelope. If it's no, make it $1.50.
Oh, me.
Gentlemen of the jury, the purpose of reading this letter was to show you that here again the defendant made an attempt to get money out of an innocent girl on promise of marriage to her. True, the sum was much smaller, but the defendant's effort was no less reprehensible.
Yeah, but wait a minute.
Gentlemen of the jury, look at him up there. An unscrupulous cad, a vulture who preys on helpless women.
Hey, just a minute, please.
The man is only a charlatan. He's a lower type of criminal and a sneak thief.
But honest, mister,
He's nothing but a low, cheap, contemptible crook.
Your Honor, is I allowed to sue the prosecutor?
You're out of order.
Yeah, I'll say I is.
All right, Brown, you may step down.
Yes, sir. Yes.
And so, gentlemen of the jury, I have proved beyond a shadow of doubt that Andrew H. Brown was the man who swindled Muriel Davis out of $1,500. I am acting not only as a servant of the state.
Has the jury reached a verdict?
We have, Your Honor. We find the defendant, Andrew H. Brown, guilty as charged.
O'Brien, put this prisoner in cell 24. The name is Andrew Brown.
Andrew Brown.
Yes, sir.
Begorry, is me eyes deceiving me?
What's the matter, O'Brien?
Well, this morning I locked up them 2 fellas, you know, Joe and Frank. They picked them up for that grocery store job they pulled a couple of months ago. And Brown here is a dead ringer for Joe. You can't tell them apart.
Well, put them away. I've got work to do.
All right. Come on, Brown.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'll put you in a cell right across the way from this fella Joe and his pal Frank. And when you see Joe, you think you're looking at yourself.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Here we are. In with you. There's Joe over there. You see, I wasn't kidding.
Yeah. Yeah. Say, buddy, you do look exactly like me, don't you?
Yeah. Funny, ain't it?
And wait a minute, ain't you Frank, the fellow that was supposed to write that article about me?
Hiya, pal.
What'd they bring you here for?
Oh, they got us in here on some grocery store rap, but we'll beat it.
Yeah. So funny how much me and your pal Joe look alike, ain't it? You know, they got me in here on the raps, too. They think I done swindled some gal, but I is innocent.
Yeah?
The only way I can figure it is that it must have been some other fella that she thunk was me. I is in a mess, all right.
Well, drop it. We ain't interested.
If I could only figure out how the whole thing happened. Oh, me. Well, I guess I might as well try to get some sleep on this cot here. Get the thing off my mind. You gotta whistle, mister. I'm going to try to get some sleep.
Listen, Bud, you don't own the joint.
Well, it's just that I'm trying to... Wait a minute. You can whistle, mister. Yeah, go on whistling. Yeah, whistle, will you? Whistle. Whistle, you rotten bum.
As I was saying, Mr. Brown, Joe has confessed and is in jail. I'm sorry about the whole thing.
Yeah, yes, sir, Mr. Massey. Yes, sir, thank you. It sure was lucky that I recognized that song he was whistling.
Here's your $1,500, Miss Davis. We found it all on this fella, Joe.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Massey.
Mr. Brown, this whole thing ought to be a lesson even for you. That business of proposing to women and getting money from them is bad medicine.
Oh, yes, sir, Mr. Massey. Don't worry. Ain't nobody going to have no more trouble with me about women with money. No, sir. I is a reformed man.
I hope so. Good luck to both of you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Come on, Muro.
All right. Goodbye, Mr. Massey.
Goodbye, folks.
Well, that's that, Andy. Wait a minute. I'll put this money in my bag.
Yeah, tell me, you got the whole $1,500 there?
Yes. I guess it's all here.
Say, honey.
Yes?
How about me and you going down life's highway together in high gear with the brakes off?
Well, folks, we just want to thank you for being with us tonight.
Yeah, and we hope you enjoyed the show.
Say, Andy, I don't know whether I ought to tell you this or not, but on next week's program, you is going to meet 5 gals all within a couple of days.
5? Oh, boy, I can hardly wait.
You might even marry one of them.
Now you had to go and spoil everything.
Good night.
From Hollywood, the George Burns and Gracie Allen Show for Hormel and Spam.
Crazy people. Spam, Reba, boom, Spam. George Burns and Gracie Allen on the show when it's orchestra for singing glee. We're the Smoothies 3. Last but not least, with Bud Heaston.
Monday night brings Burns and Allen to your house again with this suggestion for a breakfast that is sure to start the day off right. Spam and pancakes. It's a swell combination. Golden, fluffy pancakes topped by a hearty chunk of melting butter surrounded by lightly browned, sizzling hot slices of Spam. Spam is tender, juicy meat that has a lip-smacking goodness all of its own. While the cakes are simmering on the griddle, open a can of Spam and fry slices quickly in a hot pan. The meaty flavor, the delicious taste of Spam fried is a breakfast hit that really satisfies husky appetite. Give your family Spam and pancakes, the new way to start the day. Just be sure you say to your food dealer, I want Spam. Those two Spam ambassadors of fun, George and Gracie, who, by the way, have just returned from San Diego, where, at the request of the government, they did a broadcast for the United States Navy.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Bud, I wish you'd been with us. What a thrill it was doing a broadcast before those 5,000 sailors in those spotless uniforms.
Oh, yes, it was.
Gracie, wouldn't you love to be a mother to all those boys?
What? And sew on all those buttons? Oh.
Yeah, Bud, what an impressive sight to see hundreds of airplanes zooming overhead.
You know, my sister Bessie used to go around with an aviator. He was a skyrider.
That's very interesting.
Yeah, oh, and was he bashful.
She went around with a bashful skyrider.
Yes, every day he used to fly behind a cloud and write, Bessie, I love you.
That must have been in Florida. Of course, in California, they don't have any clouds, it says here.
So, you had a nice time, huh?
Oh, did we? And, George, wasn't Captain Deering a wonderful host? Wasn't Commander Wood charming?
They certainly were.
Oh, and what about that tall, handsome officer who took me riding?
Oh, you mean the one with all the gold braid on the sleeve?
Yes, I wish he didn't have all that gold braid on his sleeve, though.
Why not?
Well, it kept scratching the back of my neck, if you know what I mean.
I think I know what you mean. Oh, by the way, Gracie, I saw you dance with him. He certainly was a wonderful rumba dancer.
Oh, well, he should be. He's a rear admiral.
Yeah, he probably knew his way around the equator. That's all I got. Would you make it a long laugh?
Say, wait a minute. George, I just noticed something. Where did you get that black eye?
Oh, darn it, the powder must have worn off. But if I told you how I got it, you wouldn't believe it anyway.
Well, I don't know. I believed you when you told it to me. I think it's perfectly possible to be eating a grapefruit and have the cherry hit you in the eye.
But you really should have been with us at San Diego.
Boy, what a shiner. Say, George, I just made up a riddle. Now, what's the difference between a black eye, a rowboat, and a can of Spam?
I give up.
Well, Spam is pure pork meat with ham meat added.
Well, what about the rowboat and the black eye?
Who cares?
You know, Bud, after that, I'm really glad.
Hello, Gracie.
Hello, Artie.
Hello, George.
Hello, Artie.
I heard your show from San Diego, and where'd you get that black eye?
Oh, well, he got it from a cherry and a grapefruit.
Oh, never mind, Gracie. Artie, is my eye that swollen?
Put a bumper on it, brother, and you got a streamlined Buick.
Don't be so funny.
And his top comes off, too.
All right. So I wear a coupe.
Señor Burns, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo les fue allá en San Diego? Me dijeron que estaba muy bonito allá el asunto de la...
What is it, Señor Lee?
¡Qué barbaridad! ¡Qué ojo! Where did you get that black eye?
Look, forget my black eye. We're talking about the Navy.
I used to be a sailor on the battleship Mississippi.
It's not Mississippi. It's Mississippi.
She got married?
Yeah, to a tall fella. She got married. You were a sailor on the Mississippi?
Yes, the Mississippi. M-I-Ping-S-S-I-Ping-P-P-I.
Just a minute. What are the pings for?
I'm dotting the I's.
Nobody dots the I's.
Somebody dotted yours.
Look, if you don't sit down, somebody will dot yours.
Well, that's that.
Look, will you stop with my black eye? We've had enough of that. Gracie, what were we talking about?
Oh, we were talking about the Navy.
Oh, yes. And the most thrilling sight was doing a broadcast before 5,000 sailors.
10,000.
5,000.
Oh, you only saw it through one eye.
Look, you're all making such a fuss about my eye, and it's hardly noticeable. So, Gracie, will you please stop?
The Navy.
Yes,
the
let's
Navy.
get back to the Navy.
Yeah, all right. You know, the most thrilling thing I saw in San Diego were the trained termites that a sailor brought back from Singapore. And they were the cutest things...
termites?
Yes, he keeps them in the frigid air. And they were
in a frigid air?
Yes, and you should have seen that.
How does he keep them from freezing?
Well, he's got pants on his hands.
Well, they probably look very dapper. Come in.
Mr. Burns?
Yes. Well, that's the last straw.
Well, George, how'd it happen anyway?
Well, you see, he was eating grapefruit, and he was hit in the eye by a little squirt.
Oh, never mind. I'll tell you how it happened. I was sitting in a restaurant in Tijuana eating a donut, and a man next to me was eating some soup. And a Mexican jumping bean jumped out of his plate, hit the wall, bounced off the ceiling, went through the hole in the donut, and hit me in the eye. That's how I got a black eye.
That's possible.
It is?
George.
What is it, Gracie?
That's the second biggest lie I ever heard in my life.
What's the first biggest lie?
The one I made up about the termites.
Oh, they weren't wearing pants.
No, slacks.
Slacks. That was Artie Shaw. Mercy, what are you laughing about?
Oh, I'm thinking about San Diego. I had a wonderful time. You remember that handsome lieutenant?
You mean the tall one?
Yes. Oh, was he embarrassed? I kissed him in front of all his men.
Who put you up to it?
Nobody. I stood on a chair.
Mercy, you violated one of the rigid rules of discipline. You know, the Navy builds men.
They do? I wish they'd build me one.
Well, anyway, that was Artie Shaw, his clarinet, and his boys playing Yesterday from Roberta. And that was a beautiful number, Artie. How do you get the boys to do such a good job?
Well, George, before we started, I told the boys, if you play the number real well and hit all the notes real pretty, I'll get Uncle George to tell you the story about the black eye and the Mexican jumping bean.
Look, I've stood all I'm going to stand. And come in.
Good evening. I'm looking for George Burns.
Oh, there's George Burns.
He's a comedian, no?
No.
I'm George Burns.
I just drove in from Mexico.
Mexico?
Si, that is correct pronunciation. Mexico.
Oh, what kind of gasoline did you use? Tejo?
What do you want to see me about, mister?
Well, senor, I am from the Mexican Chamber of Commerce in Tijuana, and I'm so sorry to have missed you and you and there last Tuesday.
Qué barbaridad, qué chistoso.
Senor Lee, what are you laughing at?
Don't he speak funny?
Oh, quiet.
Next week, Senor Burns, we are having the winter fiesta in Tijuana. We'd like to have you and Miss Allen come down there and be our guest of honor.
Me go back to Tijuana after what happened last Tuesday? Not a chance.
Well, George, you can't blame him for that. It was your fault.
My fault?
Yeah.
It was your fault.
No, it was your fault.
It was your fault. You knew we only had 1 hour to spend in Tijuana before we got back to San Diego.
Oh, it was your fault.
Oh, it was your fault.
No, it was yours.
Going into a gift shop and getting that sales lady to send you everything in the place. That's the silliest thing.
So, senorita, you will buy this Mexican perfume?
Yes, I'll buy it.
Will you take it with you?
No, I'll smell it here.
Gracie, the border closes in 7 minutes.
Miss, how much is this plate?
It was originally $2, but we are selling it for 25 cents because it is cracked.
Oh, well, that's very cheap. You may crack me 11 more, please.
Hey, George, where's Senor Lee?
I don't know, and the border closes in 6 minutes.
Miss, have you got anything for my little nephew?
Well, maybe you would like a cute little pig bite.
No, he doesn't say pigs. He says pennies.
Hello? Who? He is here. Senor Burns is for you.
For me? Hello?
Senor Burns?
Senor Lee, where are you?
I'm having a wonderful time. There are 3,000 beautiful senoritas here in Tijuana.
Senor Lee, what are you up to?
2,834.
Well, this is fine, and we've only got 4 minutes before the border closes.
Hey, George, look. Bud's having an argument with the manager.
Where?
Over there, listen.
Oh, yeah? Is that so? You can't talk that way to me just because I'm a tourist. One more word out of you, and I'll give you what's good for you.
See what is good for me.
Spam! It's delicious pork shoulder with ham meat added.
Now, boys. We've only got 2 minutes, and we got to get across the border.
Miss, I'll take a pair of these Mexican socks for my granddaddy.
Si, senorita. That will be 78 cents.
78 cents?
Si, 75 for the socks and 3 cents for the tax.
Oh, well, I won't need any tax. He holds them up with his garters.
Look, Gracie, we've only got 1 minute before the border closes. We've got to get across.
Hello? He is here. Senor Burns, you are wanted on the telephone.
Thanks. Hello?
Senor Burns? I am hugging and kissing a beautiful girl, but I will be through in about 20 minutes.
20 minutes? What about the border?
Oh, he can kiss her after I'm gone.
Look, we've only got a half a minute.
Miss, I'll take the small bottle. No, I'll take the large bottle. No, never mind. How much are those pianos?
The pianos?
Now, don't get excited, Senor Burns. The border just closed.
The border is closed? Gracie, now we'll have to stay in Mexico.
Oh, isn't that wonderful? Now I'll be able to spend a moonlight night in Mexico. Oh, just imagine one of those tall, handsome sombreros wearing a hacienda, playing his tortilla under a balcony of my enchilada.
You got me this way, say, what are you gonna do about it? What are you gonna do about it? You got me this way, crazy for you. I've got you under my skin. You kissed me one day, then seeing that I was true about it. What did you go and do about it? You left me this way, bluer than blue. You thought it was so funny, my falling so hard. I'm laughing my sides off, honey. You're really a card. You've got me this way. Say, now that I'm in a stew about it, what am I gonna do about it? I'm just gonna stay crazy for you.
How you give me the runaround, and still I follow you all around. You brush me, give me the well-known bluff. I take it, and all of your other guff. Oh, why did you ever begin it? You knew there'd be nothing in it.
You got me this way. Now I'm in a stew about it. What am I gonna do about it? What am I gonna do about it? I'm just gonna stay crazy for you. I'll never let you get away. Now that you've got me this way.
Now, George, just leave it to me. I'll get you across the border in my car. Just get under the seat there.
Okay, bud. And good luck.
Here we go.
Hey there, halt for inspection. Now, what have you got under the back seat of that car?
Well, it's a case of Spam. That's it, Spam.
Spam?
Yes, Spam. And never in your life have you tasted anything so delicious. Such juicy, tender meat. Why, all over America, women are serving this grand-tasting meat in many different ways. You'll find several easy recipes right on the label, and cold or hot, it hits the spot.
Well, that's different.
And do you know why Spam is different? Because it was originated by Hormel. You see, Spam is a combination of pork shoulder meat to make Spam sweet and juicy, and now get this, Captain, the ham it takes to give Spam extra goodness and flavor. A perfect blend of those two choice cuts, nothing else. That's why Spam tastes so good, fried for breakfast, why it makes a hit served cold, and why Spam baked gives your family a grand main course for dinner. Now, so you won't be fooled and can always be sure of getting the real thing, look for this sentence printed right on the label of the Spam can. Pork shoulder meat with ham meat added. You try Spam tomorrow.
Okay, buddy, you can pass.
Thanks.
Just a minute. I am the official of the American border. You cannot leave this country.
Well, why not?
If Spam is that good, we keep it right here in Mexico.
Slice it, dice it, fry it, bake it, cold or hot, Spam hits the spot.
Look, we've got to get across the border. We've got a broadcast to do in San Diego.
Well, why don't you get in touch with the American ambassador?
Oh, he's in Mexico City.
What about the consuls?
Oh, George had those removed when he was a baby.
Gracie, try to be sensible. This is important. Will you get hold of yourself?
Well, I can't. I'm ticklish.
Look, Artie, Bud, can't you think of something?
Wait a minute, George. I think I've got an idea. Bud and I can start a fight, and while the border official's watching us, you and Gracie can sneak across in the dark.
Yeah. Say, that's a swell idea. Go ahead, boys.
All right. Well, I'll punch you in the nose.
Oh, I'll punch you in the nose.
Yeah, I'd like to see you cross that line.
Gracie, just follow me.
Yeah, I'll follow you.
Boy, it's dark. Give me your hand. Okay, I've got it. I think we're across the border. Are we really? Yes. Who are you? The border official. Get back. Well, come on, Gracie.
There's nobody here.
Well, nobody here. Then whose fingers am I holding? It's a cow. Well, I beg your pardon. Gracie, where are you?
Right here.
Where were you?
I was with you.
With me? You weren't with me.
No. Here, have a glass of milk.
Gracie, where did you get the milk?
Well, I put my hand under the cow's crankcase, and when nobody was looking...
Never mind. Wait a minute. I know how to get across. I'll sneak through the brush. Now, quiet, everybody.
What's that going through the brush? What's going on there? Take some bicarbonate, Burns, and get back.
Gosh, it didn't work again.
Don't be silly, Artie. There's no other way. There's at least 10 different ways.
Well, I can't think of any other way.
Now, listen, Bud, I've tried 3 ways. What are the other ways?
Well, you can fry it with eggs. You can try it with chili sauce.
Now, wait a minute, Bud. Try it with chili sauce. Look, Bud, there are other things in the world besides Spam.
Traitor.
Well, what am I going to do? Time is flying.
Well, George, why don't you put on these moccasins that I bought in the gift shop so that you won't make any noise, and then you can get across?
Oh, well, that's ridiculous.
Oh, yeah? Well, if Burbank could cross an onion with a potato, you ought to be able to cross the border with a pair of moccasins.
Well, all you do is talk until nobody knows what's happening.
Say, you just hit on an idea.
What idea?
Now, I'll go over to the border official and talk so much that he won't know what he's doing. And so it's dark, and then you'll be able to sneak across.
Say, that's a good idea. But he might see me.
No, he won't. When I see he's interested in this conversation, I'll whistle like this.
Wait a minute,
and
just
you can...
a minute. Did that whistle come out of you?
Yeah.
Let's hear that again. Oh, say that.
And then you can jump in the brook over there and swim to the American side.
Well, anything. I'll try anything. Okay.
Yoo-hoo, Mr. Official.
Yes? What is it, miss?
Hello.
Hello?
Say, you're pretty. What's your name?
Bill Murray. What's your name?
Oh, Grace Ethel Steele Rose Allen.
Oh. What were you named after?
After I was born.
Yeah, that's pretty cute.
Oh, so am I. How do you like your job?
Oh, it's all right, but sometimes it gets pretty hot here. Yesterday was 120 in the shade.
120 in the shade? Not yet, George.
This is a fine time to tell me.
Mr. Murray, are you married or do you live in Hollywood?
I've got a wife and 2 girls.
Oh, does your wife know about it?
No, they're my daughters. You see, I've got 11 mouths to feed.
Really? I thought the bottom 6 were wrinkled.
Oh. No, I mean, I'm the father of 11 children.
11 children? Not yet, George.
Not yet. There must be an easier way to get across the border.
So, you're the father of 11 children. Does this border work take up all your time?
No, I have a little fun on the side.
Ah. Which side, the American side or the Mexican side?
Both sides.
Both sides.
Gracie, stop whistling and come over here. Look, I'm soaking wet. I wouldn't jump in that water again if you paid me $1 million. All you do is stand there and go... I did it again.
Look, George, give me your hand.
Come on, okay, there.
I got an idea now. Here, throw this blanket over you. Now, you just go over to that house over there. It's all dark. Now, the front of it is in Mexico, and the back of it is in the United States. All you have to do is go through it, and you'll be over the border.
Well, this is my last chance. I'll try it. Oh, boy. Look at me. I'm wringing wet. Well, guess there's nobody home. See, the door is unlocked. Say, it's dark in here. Oh, just look. Phone has to ring. Oh, boy. Better answer it before somebody hears me. Ouch! Oh, darn it, I hit my eye. Boy, will I have a shiner in the morning. Hello.
George, this is Gracie.
Gracie! What do you want?
For some time.
Well, this must be the light switch here.
Oh, who are you?
Oh, pardon me. I didn't know there was anybody home. You see, miss, I got to get across the border to do a broadcast. I'm George Burns.
George Burns of the movies and the radio?
That's right.
Oh, come over here. Sit down.
Now, I'm sorry, miss. I've got to go.
Oh, you do not have to go now. Come here and kiss me.
Oh, no. I've got to... Oh. See, mister, that's what happened in your country. Of course, that's only half of my story, but I finally got over the border and we did our broadcast.
You know, senor, that is very interesting. Now you must come back to Tijuana to our festa. And you'll meet that beautiful senorita again.
Oh, yeah, let's go back, George. Oh, imagine once again sitting under a shady tamale listening to another pastor play La Paloma on his avocado.
Look. Gracie, please.
George, I don't believe you got the black eye that way, and I don't believe you ever met a senorita.
Yeah? Well, here, look. She gave me her picture.
Caramba, that is very beautiful, girl.
Yes, and it was worth the black eye to make love to a girl like that.
Senor Burns, I would say it was worth 2 black eyes.
2 black eyes?
See, I'm her husband.
Oh!
At some time or another, all of us have tried to work crossword puzzles. Well, here's a 4-letter word for a delicious meat that's different. The word is S-P-A-M, Spam. Thousands of families now use it regularly because Spam has a meaty taste, a finer flavor that satisfies the family served cold or hot. If you haven't yet tried Spam, now's the time. You're really missing something. Get a can or two when you shop tomorrow. But be sure to insist on Spam. Then try the easy recipes on the label and discover the modern way to serve delicious meat that's grand to eat, economical to use.
Thanks, Bud. Well, Gracie, say goodnight.
Oh, good night. Say, George, when you were in Mexico and you wanted to get over the line, why didn't you make out you were a bear?
Make out what kind of a bear?
A Chicago bear. They got over the line 11 times yesterday.
They did, huh? Well, good.
Join us again next week, same time, same station, for another Burns and Allen show with Artie Shaw and his orchestra and the Smoothies. This is Bud Heaston speaking for the Hormel Company, reminding you to remember that cold or hot, Spam hits the spot. Have you tried Hormel chili con carne? Even those who think they don't like chili do like chili con carne the way Hormel makes it because it's different and everybody likes it. Double your money back if you don't like it. Try Hormel chili con carne tomorrow. This is the National Broadcasting Company.